coming down the hill. Nice. Quite busy, isn't it? Oh look, is that the plane I flew on? Is that the one I flew on? Vortices. No, I don't think it is. I was on Zulu, right. Listen to the old 767 sandbag. Don't just look at it, listen to it. Arc at it. Yeah. I've got one on approach to it. Visibility is about, well, it's sort of like cat meow. Morning, folks. I mean, you've got to be happy flying a 767, haven't you? And there's a little two-tail biz jet. Hey. Wow, that Malta SM37 Max really turned round quick. Uber quick. He literally just landed sort of like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, it's mizzle, folks. See these guys in a while, haven't we? Hey! We could do with this, couldn't we? Burn this one. What's this, 3 months, 18 months? Oh, J.A. Walshy, member for 3 months. First class. Good morning, Jerry and Jenny. We'll be off to the airport soon. Great to see you back at Manchester. Shows you how long the member's been there for, and they're putting up. Got to come back to this 767, haven't we, man? Look at this. Our little flap selection they have, I found quite interesting on the 7.5 when I flew out. Very little flap extension. He's going straight out. Wasn't a BizJet, was it? I only saw its tail. It's actually Loganair. Look at this. Little lawn darty. Yeah, but I'm going to miss it, aren't I? That's my problem. That if there's loads of them up there, I'm going to miss them. Right. Is that CFM56? I just saw that. Never. Morning to you. Wayne Corkwell, Jeffrey Primus, 335, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh, PA. Not very favourable conditions, I have to say. Glasses are getting all mizzled up, lens is all mizzled up. This is Cathay Pacific 350 coming out. Nice. Paul Hilbert, what a brilliant location, loving the airport pub. John Grinham saw that Birmingham, that Sunwings 737 at Birmingham. There we go. good to see them operating, to be honest with you. Good to see Cathay Pacific operating out of Manchester. Man, these conditions are horrendous, man. None of this was on the radar yesterday, was it? Nothing like it at all. Oh well, it is what it is. Dig down, dig deep, get on with it, and shut up. Josie Rollings, good morning to you. Nice foggy Manchester morning. Well, it's just low cloud. I think it's just very miserly, horrible conditions. Got to be honest with you. Okay, a very, very warm welcome. The 2757 is all going to be retired next month. Yes, Ben, we heard that. Ron Jager, JRJ Photo, good morning. BCal Pam, Zig Games, Lisa Pedersen Rowe, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Saturday morning. Malta Air Max. Good looking retro-y style livery on it. Elevator. That's the picture of the elevator already. Flash of yellow. Looks like he's borrowed his winglets from another Max. Look how little. Emma Sharp, loving the sound. Clive Hampshire, good morning to you. Jay Carey. Remember, 31 months. Wow. I'm getting a flip out on my text. Solar flash on the max. Wow, that is insane visibility, or should I say lack of. This is where they climb out into the beautiful, clear, crystal blue skies as they climb up above the cloud. Bidith Day loving the tail of the Malta Air. Yeah, it's sort of like a mishmash of liveries, isn't it? But looking good. Nothing to do, I guess, with Air Malta at all. Nothing to do with Air Malta. Just created another airline with a name round the other way. I'm guessing. Margaret Byrne. Malta, I'll see you next week. J.A. Walshy. Goro, good morning. Loving the Malta Air livery as well. Melanie Lester, Lisa Pedersen Rowe, Phil Sky. Lord Geeker. Aviation Gamer. Valerie Dickens. John Carley, Malta Air on a Ryanair call sign. Interesting. Something Malta Air possibly wet leasing their aircraft to Ryanair, I don't know, but that's very interesting. John Carley mentioning that. Malta Air on a Ryanair call sign. Derek L, good morning to you, Derek. Mark Jones, Darren 747 beat Steggles, been a member for 18 months and loved every minute of it. Thank you, folks. Sam Beck, Shannon Bale, love Malta. Gel, I think they may have to wait a bit for the turbulence from that 350 to calm down. It's very possible. Look, as you can see, conditions here are pretty diabolical in terms of, well, actually, to be honest, it's just slightly clearing up. To be honest with you, the folks down at the RVP are actually waiting for us down there. Not waiting for us as such, but we were planning with the wind directions to be down there for the first part of the show. But as is always the case with what we do, weather is the determining factor on a lot of our locations, so got to go with it. See how flat bottomed the engine cowls are for that ground clearance. Creeping up behind him, Qatar Dreamliner, I think. Looks like we're waiting for an arrival, or we're waiting for the runway inspection to end. Michael Forrest, good morning. Andrew Hickinbottom, going to bookmark this and watch back tomorrow or Monday. Got to go out. Andrew Hickinbottom, very good day to you, my friend. Chicky Armitage, Odette, John Tasker, Phil Edwards. RVP is worth a follow on Facebook. They give a list of arrivals and departures for the day and any events that are going on too. Thanks, Phil. Yeah, most definitely, folks. Follow those guys on Facebook. Captain Bob, good morning to you. big old line coming out. CFM 56s make a good old racket. Oh, Lee Cutter, Malta Air is a subsidiary of Ryanair. Thank you, Lee. Richard Sinnott ordered a 747 burger for lunch. Great place to visit, folks. So many of you know about look at that wingtip almost right over the edge of the garden here. Fantastic place to come and visit. See the bum lights. Insane, that, isn't it? Must be I'm guessing that's air escaping or some kind of event. Crazy. Chris Simpson, Paul Woolley. Ryanair hand down max 200. Just looking mentioned on Flight Rider, the Malta Air has no logo on it. Oh, well, there we go. Debash Mo, good morning to you. Debash getting her star in February next year. Wow, there we go. Manchester Airport spotter. Well, it's certainly Manchester weather, isn't it just? Richard Sinnott, Saz, Philip Thorley, Simon Farr, good morning. It is a bit of a pea super. Full auto land. Good morning, Paul. through the murk comes a BA jet. The old vortex generators on the back there, look. See them? Clean up the air around the, I think it's around the, actually around the rudder they're developed for. Or for at least around that lower section of the vertical stabilizer and out beyond the APU outlet. Pretty sure they are fire it up. Comes the little Swiss 220. Quite a grubby looking Aer Lingus jet sitting there. Steve Jeff, yes, heard that yesterday. BA have pulled out of London Gatwick. Well, I don't think BA as the airline have pulled out of London Gatwick. I think they've haven't they just backed out of that short haul operation, new sort of like plan that they had. I don't think BA as an airline have pulled out of Gatwick. Just that new airline, what was it called? I can't remember what it was called. Good morning to you. There's part of Ryanair. Yes, got that. Thanks, folks, for the updates on that. Had no idea. Of course, it's very easy for you folks when you've got your Google and your search engines there. Of course, a lot of you know. Cuddy Mia, good morning to you. Jimmy G61. A big thank you once again, folks. Bit late, last minute. .com sort of like plans. We were sort of like going to see how things developed this morning in terms of where we were going to position ourselves. Originally planning to be down at the RVP. We'll have to do that another time, of course. And a big shout out to anybody who's down there. Lucy Roberts, good morning to you. Philip Fawley. Off to Malta in 4 weeks' time to share. I'm not there this weekend for the international show. Yes, it was an international show, wasn't it? This weekend back in Malta. See, if you're sitting here in the garden, look at the view that you get. Head on of the 220. Look at that. Beautiful aeroplane. Leslie White, good morning. Simon Farr, Dylan McTurk. John Brennan. Now you get a really good look at the front end of that aeroplane. Look at that. How streamlined, aerodynamic is that? And we're getting the Wookiee howl as well. Look at the inside of those engines, folks. Look at the fan casing inside. Absolutely beautiful engines. Just a fantastic looking aeroplane. Okay, get ready for the howl. Colin James flew Air Malta from Gatwick before the lockdown, but it was a Malta Air aircraft we flew on. Building up. Peter Harvey, welcome to Big Jet TV, new member. That was an insane spool up. Of course, the lost him, gone. The noise that you hear there, I'm led to believe, from having spoken to a few people, was something to do with the dry. One of the shafts, one of the spool shafts, being dry, or slightly imbalanced, or whatever it might be, which is the reason for them making that crazy, eerie noise. Leroy, almost as close as Skiathos, without the blast, of course. Casey 455, lovely busy day. Jay, good to see so many new members and new folks coming on and getting involved in the chat. Thank you, folks. Keep me posted on what's going on. J.A. Walshy, VS787 to Bridgetown, due out 11:25. Thank you, J.A. Walshy. I think that's the only Virgin flight out of Manchester today, but will still be great to see. And first time, much like the Malta Air 737 MAX that we caught just now, the Virgin Dreamliner is going to be the first time we've caught that on Big Jet TV. To Bridgetown. It's a new service, isn't it? It's a new service, isn't it? Eddie Cummings, good morning to you. Exploring with me, Dave. Have Jet2 still got 757s? I think they've got rid of them all, haven't they? Or at least put them in long-term storage. Air Action 2257 Malta Air is a low-cost airline that operates out of Malta. It's a joint venture with Ryanair, of course. Wow, that guy's empty. So like I say, folks, great facility here at the airport pub. If it's hammering it down, or even in the winter time, that the hangar still open. It's got heating in there, so you know, and you're well protected as well, because as well as the heating, it's got glazing around there as well, which will keep the warmth in from any prevailing winds. So come and hang out down there in the hangar. Bring the kids. Kids can play on the in the playground, and lots of outdoor seating as well. I mean, how ironic is it that it's socially distanced, believe it or not, here at the garden of the airport pub. Valerie Dickens, such a lot of traffic. I presume they're mostly holiday makers. Yeah, Valerie, I think, to be honest with you, I'd say 80–90% of the traffic that goes out of here will probably be for the holiday market, I'd imagine. Lisa Pedersen Road. Richard Sinnott, for me, it's the best place for plane spotting. You get the smell as well as sheer thrill of being there. Wow, my comments are going all crazy, Julie. Sam Beck, good morning. Yeah, Lee Russell making a point there. Got news, please reveal your source, even if it's Google, so that others can also look it up. Paul Hodgson, Hainan Airlines. Oh, I just lost that one from Hodgie, Hainan. Oh, is he? Oh, okay, thank you. Jet 2757 fleet at 6 a.m. this morning to Tenerife. Oh, okay, Christopher Cooper, Jet 2757 left at 6 a.m. this morning to Tenerife. So Jet 2's still operating their 757s. Fantastic. Oh, that's good news. Thanks you, Christopher. Paul Woolley, Jet 2 will be a full Airbus fleet by 2026. Yeah, they just put a massive order in for 321 Neos, I believe. Petra van der Dries. When are you coming to Schiphol, Amsterdam? Petra, hopefully very soon. Visibility's clearing up a little bit. You can definitely see a little bit further than what I could about half an hour ago. Daniel Desgranges, good morning to you. B. Calpan. Alan Robbins. Stuart Pritchard, 757, one of my favourite planes. In fact, this was the first plane I flew on in 1988 with Air Europe. Wow, remember them. John Godson. I'll be honest with you, John, I'm not sure about that. I think they would probably prefer you to sort of like buy food here rather than bring food with you, and just out of, you know, just to be respectful towards these guys. You know, it's not a like a park or you know, recreation ground. It's a public house, and therefore I would imagine it would be a little bit more courteous to bring to buy a sandwich here, really. I mean, obviously, you know, if you sneak one in, they're not going to kick you out the door. I wouldn't have thought. Just make sure you try and buy a drink or two from the bar or whatever it might be. In Whiting, welcome to Big Jet TV, Ian. Good to see you here today, and welcome everybody, new members. Thanks for the likes, folks, by the way, and thank you for download the app as well if you get the chance. Why do some airplanes have double winglets? Chicky Armitage saying. Good question, Chicky. It's more than anything, it's just down to the design of the aircraft and the most efficient style of winglet that works on that specific design. The scimitar, the split scimitar winglet, or the scimitar style winglet, is something that I believe Boeing developed themselves. It was originally introduced on the MD-11, which I believe was later taken up by Boeing company, the MD-11. Saw an amazing video the other day of the MD-11 in a pre-production. Well, it was a production aircraft, but it was being tested for stall capabilities, and you should have seen the empennage literally fluttering. It just goes to show that how seriously strong and stable these aircraft are, and how much they can withstand in terms of flexing of the wings and that sort of thing. So you should never be worried about an aircraft these pressures are aerodynamic features that but you're creating that fluttering from aerodynamics more than human input, unlike the situation with the I think it was the American 777, was it, or that lost its vertical stabilizer, but that was down to human error, human input, going hard over on the rudder, which literally yanked it off its mountings. Mark White is a new member. Welcome, Mark. Hope you're doing well. And Jake Robert 545, welcome to you as well, Jake. Sandy Humbly, now all Virgin's Caribbean flights from down south are going out of Heathrow. Yes. So anyway, Chicky, I hope that answers your question. That the split scimitar winglet is something that's pretty unique to Boeing with their 737. And especially the Max. The 737-800 with the split scimitar winglet has a slightly different design to it in terms of the very end plate of the winglet. The 800 has like a flick, hair flick, literally a flick. That comes off the back of the winglet. That was obviously an aerodynamic feature that was introduced when they originally developed that winglet. But I think the Max, even though the wing is predominantly the same, the Max they decided to do away with that little flick because it probably didn't give them as much benefit as they thought it would do. Perhaps, I don't know. Kelvin Grant, wow, that was a crazy start. 40 minutes of go, go, go. It was, wasn't it? And now look at it. Captain Calculus, does Singapore Airlines still fly out of Manchester? Well, I'd imagine that they still plan to fly out of Manchester. Oh, they are actively flying in and out. Okay, so there we go. Captain Calculus. Yes. Alison Shear, good morning. Tuning in from Liverpool. David Story, Turkish 330, due 9:50. Thank you very much indeed. Mark Meader, Swiss Axalp Air Show coming up next month. A must, Jerry, you coming over. Mark Meader. Okay, well, I mean, you can't write that off, can you? I mean, it's we'd have to contact the organisers of the air show, because you don't just turn up there and start live streaming something when it's in someone else's backyard. Oh, it's a military thing, is it? Okay, well, even more reason why we would have to contact them. But Mark, thank you for that. Did you say you sent an email, Gilly? So, oh, okay. Well, we'll follow up on that, Mark. Thank you very much indeed. Aaron Flood, have you eating in the hangar pub? Hangar pub. Well, the hangar is like a, it's a room, isn't it? It's not so much a. It's part of the airport pub. Anyway, no is the answer to that. Jimmy G61, I read somewhere the US Air Force F-35s are coming to Lakenheath the month of December 2021. Might be worth looking into if the case. Yes, Jimmy. And thanks to Bulldog for any updates on that one. But we're looking at somewhere around about November/December for the F-35s coming into Lakenheath. That is an incredible aeroplane to see. Jed Kenyon. I was going to call and see if you're at the ABP, but I will be watching on my big screen. There we go, Jed. A very good morning to you. Jaden Silvermans, good morning. Carmen 2020, United and Delta 757s at Keflam when I returned last week. Okay. It's great. It's a good audio here. Carl Hanlon Jet 2 have a hangar at Manchester, so they'll probably break the 757s there. Really? Makes an awful lot of mess. And you need a tremendous amount of equipment to break an aircraft, especially an aircraft of that size. You know, it makes an awful mess. You need. They did the Thomas Cook 330, didn't they? Didn't they break one here? Oh, it's just it's a terrible thing, isn't it? Horrible noise, folks. I've been there, seen it, heard it, and it's a nasty crunching noise, and you just feel so sorry for the aeroplane. Anthony Smith, it's getting clear in Liverpool. It's definitely, as you can see, folks, much clearer conditions now. The rain has gone. The mizzle. Is he going out up there? Surely not. Surely not. He is, you know. Wow. Struggling a little bit with that. Yeah, isn't it? There we go. That's better. Pete Humphrey. Jet 2757 is due back at 4:15 this afternoon. Wow. Right on the top of the ramp there. Right on the crest of the hump here at Manchester. Now it's just going to go downhill from there. And out of sight. I'd say it's probably about a... Look how quickly this guy disappears. He's gone. Gone, I'm telling you, gone. Looks like they've done a little bit of tarting up over there at the fire training centre. Yeah. Kelvin Grant, yes, USA trip is most definitely on the cards. We're planning it at the moment. Well, we're planning trips to the US, obviously. Can't do anything until November at the moment. Rich from Sheffield. ANA have their A380 in the air. Looks like a test flight. Hopefully back in service soon. Rich, that is fantastic news. Thank you for that. Cuddy Mears, the Ryanair Max due in today. Not sure about that. Phil Loxon, good morning. Peregrine Bush, how was the flight back from Greece? Not too bad. Just 3 hours and very quiet, uneventful. Had me cheese toasty and a cup of coffee, and that was it. Off to sleep. Jake Robert 545, welcome to Big Jet TV, Jake. Richard Sinnott. Okay, so he's talking about, no doubt, about the airport pub. The food there is well priced for what you get. So yeah, I wouldn't encourage bringing food in yourself. Like I say, I think it's a little bit cheeky, isn't it, to do that? I mean, it's not, like I say, it's not a park. It's a public house, which relies on your custom to keep it going. So come through here and come and watch the planes by all means, but put a few quid in the coffers for these guys so that they can keep the whole thing up and running. And as you can see here, they've already opened it. They've got an outside bar as well. You could just about see it. There you go. They've got the outside bar as well, so they're ready to rock and roll down there. So that's a whole bar area there. Saves you walking in, and yeah, so it's completely self-sufficient outside here. So make sure that you come and support them here. Now open the hangar. Okay, so what we're saying is that somebody did actually say the hangar pub, didn't they? So I'm wondering if yeah, it's got a barbecue area there and everything. So yeah, great place to come and visit, folks. And like I say, it's nice and dry in there, and they have heating in there as well for the winter. Wow, I'm miles behind on the comments. My apologies if I've missed your comments, folks. Already ATR on the way out. Ben Brown saying, yeah, we caught that landing about 30 minutes ago. That was that's something that we haven't seen for a long time. Already obviously used to seeing them either here at Manchester or at Gatwick. Delta 27 Zach. Varies from A380 to Boeing 777. James the Weatherman. The 380 is daily now. Okay, Emirates 380 is due at 12 p.m. Phil Loxham saying thank you very much indeed. Bootwad. Does the A380 fly into Manchester daily? Yes, it does. That's what they're talking about. J.A. Walshy has been to that bar. Jamie Brazier, good morning to you. Carmen 2020. You have to go through the pub to get to the garden, so bringing your own food might be a bit obvious. Yep. Mario Beatty, the pub is so awesome, gets very busy. Brian Wake, good morning. Seen some comments read 380s EK have started recalling some of the 1800 pilots they made. Yes. One of those pilots is actually my niece's husband, who was originally a pilot with EasyJet, went from the 319 up to the 380 with Emirates. But interestingly enough, he's one of those guys that's not really all that excited about flying again. Can you believe it? Especially a 380. He said, and understandably so, I can understand it in some respects, you know, the flying aspect of it, the bit when you literally push the throttles forward and you're flying to the point where you're landing at the other end, all of that he really enjoys, but the whole logistics of, you know, the planning and all that kind of thing, he's not a big fan of that. Well, you know, fair enough. Each to their own. Have they got an app? What table number are you on? There we go, Scott Irvine. Yeah, well, they will have table numbers, I'd imagine. Of course, you know, some establishments are still. Is there something on a bridge? Oh, it's just a truck. Oh no, no, here comes your Orani. Oh, what? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, yeah, I got you. Thanks. Got buckets on it or not? Are you going to use his buckets? Looks like he's all brakes, but I think this Orani's probably going to go out, intersect at least at the point, at the next entry point, or at least up at the one after that. But listen to this air show style noise. That's in from Biggin Hill. Thank you, Sandy. That's the plan, Donald. Inside of the pub's great, Cameron. You can sit in the engine cowl as well. They got a nice. Carbon blades on her. This is the one with the new weather. See the boot on the nose? It's a revised weather radar. Hear the engine pitch drop as he pushes the throttles forward. And the props will pitch to forward thrust. Andy JB just pushing back now on the overnight delayed flight that sound should have gone to TFS yesterday afternoon, but due to the volcano out in La Palma and all the ash, here we go, second time lucky. Okay, we'll give you a wave, Andy JB. Which aircraft's he out on then? Oh, he's coming back from Tenerife, right, okay. Lee Davies, Turkish 330, 15 minutes out. Thank you, Lee. Bootle lad, must try and visit the pub. Always gone to the visitor park at Manchester. Definitely, you know, I mean, bearing in mind that if you're driving to the RVP, you will need to obviously pay for parking. You have to do the same here, I have to be honest with you. But if you're only staying for a couple of hours, I think it's about £3 or something like that. So it's reasonable all the way around. But it obviously just, the reason for it is to stop people from just turning up and helping themselves. So this is a Neo, I think. Oh, Dan Patton, I met a pilot recently who now flies drones and has no interest in returning to the flight deck. Yeah, well. Interesting conversation. Sam Beck next to land is Turkish 330, 200, thank you. Alexander Wood. That Orani is due to land in Guernsey at 10:35. Can't wait to be back in Guernsey. Kevin Grant, Joe Thompson. HGC, loving the sound. As happens quite often here, to be honest with you, it was clearing up and now it's closing in again. Michael Ashton, good morning. Mad Mick. And Mad Mick and Courtney. She's 6 and she loves Big Jet TV. There we go. Brian Wake, yes, there is indeed a big pilot shortage. Seems to be a bleeding shortage of everything. It's kind of all got mixed up in the whole sort of like, anyway. Bootle lad, loving the prop zone. Marie 28. I'm not far from Biggin Hill, so I see a lot of planes going there. And if you're close to Biggin Hill, you'll hear regularly going to hear the sound of Merlin engines, aren't you? Seeing as they've got a big historical restoration program there as well. I think these are leap engines. It's a 319, isn't it, with the twin doors? It's a 320, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, smell that. Of course, no 319 Neo at this stage. Oh, was that his aircraft? Was it? Oh, well, I wasn't looking out. I had no idea which aircraft. Had no idea which aircraft it. Right. So. Okay. Yeah. That rain is coming back again. Gavin Wilkes loves the sound of a turboprop. Yeah, sorry, I got that wrong, folks. I mean, the reason I mistook it as a 319 is because as you are probably aware, EasyJet do operate 319s, but they have the twin door exit over the wing. The reason for that is because they had to add the extra door because they have added or did add an extra row or two of seats at the back because they took the galley out of the back. So by adding more passenger seats, they had to, by FAA regulations or whichever regulatory board controls it, had to add an extra door. So that's something that's obviously done in factory, but Airbus like. Mark Suggett is a new member. Well, he's come back. He's got 2 stripes. Mark, very warm welcome back to Big Jet TV. Alan Robbins, I missed the Trilanders. Yeah, there was the Islander, wasn't there? The Trilander, I think it was, with the third engine on the tail, a prop engine on the tail. Can you believe it? Mohammed, good morning to you. Mac Cat Lady, loving the sound of the turboprop. Phil Loxham, J.A. Walshy, used to see the Binter Canaries ATRs, never get tired of that sound. Keith Cornell, good morning to you. Eddie Cummings, Margaret Byrne, the 4 guys in Little Play were lucky here in Ireland. I heard the plane going over me. They're lucky to be alive. Okay, wow. Carol Cupcake, good morning to you. Delta 27 Zach, EasyJet on its way out. I think that's old for me. I think I'm way back in the comments. My apologies, folks. Richard Bushell, 4:35 a.m. in Mooresville. Wow. Now this murkiness is coming back. So it looks like this headset's going on again. Oh, for crying out loud. Lufthansa E190 from Munich is their partner. Air Dolomiti, best coffee in the skies, Richard Payne saying. Well, there we go. Janet Cutler, good morning. Timmy Toothpicks, yes, as mentioned just now, Timmy, we will be announcing US shows as and when they come up. But we'll add, those engines look far too big for that jet. Maybe he was talking about the new LEAP engine. I think it's the LEAP engine, possibly. Is this the 330 on approach? Yeah, here we go. Could get some ribbons here. Sorry, just wiping the screen, and that's no, that was me wiping the screen. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh my God. Richard Bushell, how can you tell it's a Neo? Good question, that Richard. Generally, by the size of the engines, that's literally the best way to identify a Neo, one of the A320 or 321 Neos. Zoe Marie. Yeah, and even then, Richard, sometimes from a distance, it's a little bit difficult to ident a Neo. Well, actually, I say that it's more a case of when I'm looking in this tiny little monitor, it's sometimes a little bit difficult. But you know, the engines as well. I mean, they're very quiet on the Neo. That's something that's definitely noticeable when they depart, when they spool up, because obviously, you know, the thrust of the little CFM56 or the IAE engines or whichever variant it might be on the older CEO jets is a lot more screamy than the sort of like deeper spooling sound of the Neo, which is more like the bigger high bypass ratio turbofans that you hear on Okay, Ben Brown. Interestingly, future EasyJet 320 Neos are being rolled out at Toulouse again, but in Swiss registrations. Yeah, they do. They do have registered aircraft outside of the UK. Obviously, I guess for tax purposes, and also because some of their operations are, some of their aircraft in the outside UK operations don't come anywhere near the UK in terms of their stationing, their positioning. They might operate into the UK, but like for instance, you'll get EasyJet that will just operate in Europe outside of the UK, if you see what I mean anyway. But thank you for that, Ben. Source Google/AIB family flights. And that is Airbus family flights. Lee Russell. There we go, bigger engines, there we go, simple as that. 319 single overwing exit, 320 twin overwing exits, 321 split overwing exits, Gavin Wilkes. Yes, however, that's what I'm saying, with EasyJet, their 319s have twin overwing exits, making them look like a 320 or 320 configuration for the passengers, for the regulations. But yeah, in terms of identifying the Airbus single aisle family, certainly the 318 is very noticeable by how stubby it is and how short it is. Got a very tall tail on it as well, and of course the 319 has a single aisle, single exit door as well, slightly longer than the 318, of course, and then the 320 has, as a rule of thumb, 2 exit doors over the wing, although, like I say, EasyJet's 319s have 2 exit doors over the wings, making them look like 320s, which is why you can mistake them quite easily. And 321, of course, has the split doors, which are the 319. Sorry, the 320 and 319 have 320 has the two doors together over the wing, slightly forward of the midsection, and then of course the 321 has one forward and one aft of the wing. There we go. Kisa Namumus, does the runway slope? Yes, it does, Kisa. It's definitely an upward sloping runway. Looks like around about 10 degrees, possibly, up towards a sort of, I'd say it's less than a third of the runway. And they do try, from what I've seen, or they do land on the upslope here. We have experienced before a situation where where an aircraft landed. We caught it on the when we were filming from the south side one time, and the thing literally it landed right on the last part of the upslope and bounced over the upslope and then down onto the downslope, which was quite cool to watch. Oh, John Tasker, very small wizard on the EasyJets #2 just then. Oh, we'll have to look out for that. Thank you, John. Jaden Silverman's, good morning to you. Melanie Lester. Arthur Benny. Sunny, warm Northumberland. Wow. Really enjoyed Greece. Wasn't Skiathos. A fantastic show, folks. Really enjoyed being there with you guys. Felt a little bit teary-eyed when I left, actually. Not because I had a you know, a holiday romance or anything like that. It was just because I met the little doggy, and I really quite enjoyed its company. He obviously didn't give a damn when I left. He's straight on to the next person. Yeah, definitely going to be going back there in a slightly busier period at Skiathos. And thank you, folks, once again for the wonderful feedback on that one. Gerald Mark Jenkin, how does the stripes work on membership? Gerald, it's literally over a period of time. I think once you've been with us a year, 12 months, you get your 4th stripe, I think it is. Is that right, Julie? Yeah. After you've been with us for 12 months, you get your 4th stripes. 6 months is three stripes, yeah. 2 stripes after 2 months. So there we go. You should be able to figure it out in terms of how long you've been with us. But it's great, Gerald, to see you with us, and thank you so much for your support, along with everybody else as well, of course. Alan T, is the climbing frame a plane? Yes, I think it is, Alan. But although you'd have to sort of like go on Google Earth and have a look at it to see. You can definitely see those wings are the outboard sections are definitely what's it called? Elliptical, isn't it? Is it an elliptical wing? I think, or the elliptical end of the wing. Peter Crowdy, good morning to you. Rob Jacobs, the Trilander. Alan Robbins, Britain Norman, made on the Isle of Wight. Okay, Sandy Humby, Friedel Bossman, morning all, 32 degrees for South Africa. There we go, Sam Beck, great shot. Thank you for that. Mark Barr, Gavin Wilkes. Oh, we got ribbons on the outer edges of the inboard flaps, I think it probably was, on that 330. Eddie Cummings just seen the ribbons. There we go. Citation XL next to land. That was the one. That was in from Farnborough. Thank you, Rob. Samantha Robson. It's our first time on BA to Florida in January. I don't think I could be any more excited. Wow. There we go, Samantha. Yes. It's not that far off, really, is it, as well? Jason Evans, a very good morning to you and a very warm welcome to Big Jet TV as a new member. Dan Patton, with the passengers even have felt that Turkish 330 touchdown. Yeah, Dan. I can understand why you think that, because it was very soft landing, just popping through the clouds now. Oh, this is the Air Dolomiti, isn't it? Little Embraer. Is it a 175 or 195? Never underestimate the power of those little CF-34s, I'm telling you. Not after the departure out of Skiathos with British Airways Embraer, which literally blew me socks off. Probably one of the most aggressive departures of all of them, really. I mean, you know, we had the 757, 737s as well, but that little BA Embraer that came in from London City, he gave it some, didn't he, eh? Mark White, good morning to you. Captain Ron, Paul H. John Collier, Gary Fellows, Richard Bushell. Jammy 331. Jerry, are you sometimes surprised at how far away some members are watching the show from? Jammy, to be honest with you, no, I'm not surprised, because we do obviously have a global audience, and that's why it is such a shame sometimes, because you're always trying to cater for everybody in terms of time zones. But I think one of the most obscure places that we have members is Micronesia, which is literally a very small populace there, but we have members there. Jammy 331. Richard Bushell, Max is easy, just the chevrons. Yes, yes, it is literally just the I call them scalloped. Some people call them chevrons. The reason I call them scalloped is because they're sort of like they're smooth-edged rather than straight-edged. Oh yeah, it is an approaching aircraft. Here we go. Ah, hello. Brighter, a little bit brighter. Sandy Humvee, I think that was possibly, was that the citation in from Farnborough? Terry Thomas, good morning to you. Green Acres. Andy T. There's a company called Virtual Aerospace Flight Simulators that have world's only Vulcan bomber. Yes, we are supposed to be going and seeing those guys, but we just haven't, purely because of the COVID issues and all that sort of stuff. Carol Cupcake, airport pub should do B&B. Well, I can certainly smell food cooking. Oh, B&B as in like bed and breakfast. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, sorry. No, no accommodation here. It's definitely a start-up, isn't it? Or is that? Or is that him taxiing up here? Possibly. Aaron Flood flying in his simulator CRJ 500/700 to Manchester. Jeffrey Dingle flown in EasyJet CH registered from Liverpool to Basel and Luton to Zurich. There we go. So yeah, so therefore they do. I think they maybe operate and keep some aircraft outside of the UK, but yeah, it is obviously I think it's a outside UK tax reasons for some of those aircraft to be registered where they are. Rene Jensen, Jerry, Monday, A400 came in at 1100 meters over my house. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Green Acres. Nigel Gale. Cal Cupcake saying I've heard good reports from the new Terminal 2 at Manchester. Can't wait to see it for myself. There we go. Jeffrey Dingle may see a 319 an Air France 319 and Brussels Airlines at Manchester shortly. Plane Spotter, good morning to you. The Plane Spotter, Danny MacArt. Gillian from Flynn. Keisha Namumu, Samantha Robson, Eddie Cummings, good morning to you. Ben Brown mentioning there about Air France's A220s, yeah. The guy's still sitting on the way down. What's going on there? Blimey. What's going on? Norwegian Air Spotter. Good morning to you, Norwegian Air Spotter. A very warm welcome. Mighty Horsey. Mighty Horsey. Tap Air E195 LR on finals. I think that's an old one. Thank you, Plane Spotter. Andy Matthews. Good morning to you. Ben Brown saying best show of 2021 so far for Skiathos. Wow, there we go. Don't know what he's doing down there. Dave Emerton, Darren Emerton even, sorry, my apologies Darren. Skiathos show was brilliant, tried flying there from there in Microsoft Flim yesterday. Flim? Microsoft Flim, yeah, wasn't quite the same, and there was no dog. SKW, I might have got this wrong, but isn't the easiest way to ID a 320 Neo the large winglets? Not sure previous 320 variants had them. Well, that's the whole thing, SKW. Yes, the old CEOs, some of the what I call hybrid CEOs that have the Neo winglet. It's a bit like the 800 variant of the 737. pre-Max has the same, much the same split scimitar winglet, except it has a very slight different design to it. But yeah, the 320 Neo and CEO, both some of the later variants of the CEO, do have the large extended shark clip, as you will see on the Neo. So the best way to ident a Neo will be the large engines. Andy P, good morning to you. Richard Bush, there he is, look. Hey, hey, hey.
I thought you weren't coming.
I know, mate, I know. It was like last minute. I got up there and they've switched directions.
Eddie from Something Carpets is one of your followers.
Yeah.
He's just rung me and said, "You've got the guy from Big Jet TV on your roof, aren't you?" Huh? So he's informed me that you were here.
Yeah, well, there we go then.
He's left you a £20 tab on.
He's what?
He's left you a £20 tab on.
No, man, no.
He said you to try the Antonov burger.
The Antonov burger. Oh,
Yeah.
right, okay, I might have a go at that
So
later,
that's
mate.
Eddie. I'm sure
Nice one, Eddie. Eddie, if he's on the stream, is he here? Let's just see if we can find him. I think someone just said try the,
Antonov.
he said try one of the burgers. Don't suppose it's Ed Fernandez, is it? Oh, mate, he didn't need to do that. Okay, Eddie from Something Carpets. We'll give him a shout out. Yes, yeah, which carpets it is. He might come on now right at the end here. Let's just. Oh, Eddie Cummings, I think. Eddie, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you, sir. Oh, Gator as well. Well, it's just the direction. It's no good down there when they're coming in this way. If they were coming, yeah. So. Yes. Yeah, exactly, exactly. In which case we get them taxiing past us down there, and you know, it's just a different shot in it. People love this. You know, you got to watch. If they're not doing any harm, then. Oh, really? Inbound, GP. Sandy Humby, this BA back down to London Heathrow. Now there you go, folks. That's a proper old school CEO with the old fence style winglet on it. The IAE engines. International Aero engines, very popular engine amongst quite a few of the minibus operators. Open Air ATR. Short range. A lot of people raving about coming here and no sooner will he be in the cruise than he'll be descending. What happened to the weather, mate?
Well, normally, think about seasons, like in September,
Yeah.
and it cranks out.
Yeah. Great. It's looking nice and lush down there as well, the grass. Got decent windows in there. Got to. I like that, look at that. This is nice to see, mate. This is nice to see. Cheers, mate. Yeah. Latte or something like that. Thanks, mate. No sugar or anything like that. Thanks, mate. Cheers, Terry. Trent 700 engines, folks. Now listen to the long spooler you're going to hear with these engines. Turn it and burn it. Darren Emerson, loving the livery. I think that fella, here we go. Oh, warm breeze. A warm blast of air. Here we go. The whole ground was just shaking there, folks. They turned that round quick, didn't they? Oh no, they didn't. No, they didn't. Sorry. There we go. There. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. The old 330 winglet never lets us down when there's moisture in the air. This little citation as you come in and going straight out again, or am I just seeing things here? It's like a sad wasp, isn't it? That was awesome. That 330. Did he, has he? Ricky Denning. .330 ribbon machine. SKW, loving the spool up. Yeah, it's a very long spool up on the 330. Whether it's running Pratt and Whitney's or all those Trent 7s. Oh, John Tasker cut the small wizard. I've got to look out for wizards, haven't I? Haven't been looking out for wizards. Yeah, just one door on one side. clearing up a little bit. Do the tips of the wings on the larger aircraft hang over the beer garden as they taxi past? Sanj, not, well, you know, not quite. Almost. Not too far away. Let's put it that way. Vicky Denning. What are wizards, please? Good question, Vicky. Something that we here on Big Jet TV just created ourselves. You might see it as the aircraft is spooling up, as the engines are powering up. It pulls air and obviously moisture from the ground as well as everywhere around it. And sometimes when it's pulling up the moisture, you might see a spout of water that climbs up into the intake of the engine, and it looks like a mini whirlwind, which is more or less a wizard, that we call it. Oh, hello, here we go. Could get some ribbons off of this 737 in terms of like stuff pouring off the wings. Look at that on the inboard, on the outboard section of the inboard flaps. And sometimes when you're standing at the end of a runway and you hear the aircraft go over you, you might get the you might hear that vortex as it breaks up, which is the wake of the aircraft, which is why they have the separation that they do sometimes between the bigger aircraft and the smaller aircraft when they're going out, because obviously there's quite a lot of what is known as wake turbulence. HGC, fantastic site, Vicky Denning. Yeah, hope that explained it to you. Debbie Speller, good morning to you. Alan Alsop, nice Mustang. In from Schiphol. Yeah. Looking forward to going back. Gotta be honest with you. Really looking forward to it. Vision thing. KLM exclamation mark. That was nice. Bidith Day. Andy P. Julian tuning in from a damp and drizzly Brighton. I think I don't know where. Don't know if everyone's. Don't know if there's a bank of weather that's creeping up the UK at the moment. I don't know. Here's another one. Got a glimpse of BEA the other day, folks, when I came back from Skiathos in the hangar. This is Brussels, I think. Little CEO. Current engine option. If you're wondering what the CEO stands for. So right now, you know that that's a CEO. Look at the winglet. It's got that fence style. Now, as it comes into sight, you see slightly less diameter on the engine cowls of those CF. Hey, up. How you doing? Good lad. Mark Garner, ladies and gentlemen. Another 737 on high-speed approach. First Ryanair today. Oh, nice bit of wind fluff there. Yeah, like it. Okay, let's see if we get a little wizard out of this. Julian, damp and drizzly seems order of the day. So if he still enough moisture on the ground to justify a little wizard. Okay, he's going out there, is he? Oh. Got some proper punch in those CEOs. Actually growling, isn't it? Blue skies. There is a little dot. Look, there it is. Bit of blueness. Okay, conditions definitely clearing now, folks. Just need some planes. Martin Reed is a new member. Welcome, Martin. Good to see you here. Make sure you come in and chat with me, folks. Keep me updated on what's coming in and going out. Normally I would say let me know if there's anything overhead, but no chance of that. 10/10 cloud at the moment, unfortunately. Scotty Tarpley tuning in from Birmingham. Jet 2 321 CEO taxiing for departure to Lanzarote. Hodgie, thank you very much indeed. Flew EasyJet yesterday, was surprised how much punch the RB211s, Joe Perkins. Won't be RB211s, Joe. Probably CFM56, I would have thought. The GE/Safran engines on the EasyJet, unless of course you flew on the you flew on a Neo, in which case it would have been the LEAP engine, I would imagine. I don't know if EasyJet have taken a mixture of LEAP and Pratt & Whitney, or whether they are all LEAP or all Pratt & Whitney. I don't know. I think they're mainly all LEAP. Of course, LEAP being the upgraded, newer, modern version of the CFM56 engine as well, which is what is, I think, powering this 321 CEO. Julian, plane's looking so much better in these conditions. Love to see the vortex from the wings and the fogging in the engine intakes. Yes, Julian, it is great in these conditions because you get to see the physics, everything working in terms of air pressure and all the you're seeing what literally happens above us, thousands of feet above us in cloud, with air pressure, water molecules and all that kind of crazy stuff going on, being compressed. Martin Reed has upgraded to first class. Martin, already, thank you very much indeed, and a very warm welcome once again to you, Martin. Andy Pete. Whacker 9. Whacker 9. How can I give you a wave, Wacko, when I don't know where you are? There we go, Joe Perkins, sorry, CFM56, there we go. Thank you, Joe. Paul MK, good morning to you. John Godson. Josie Rawlings, very warm welcome to you. Martin Reed. Debbie Speller, my son flew with EasyJet recently, was pleased with the legroom. Yeah, I mean, you get what you get, don't you, really? Short-haul aircraft, not really made for, I wouldn't say comfort, you know, although I don't find any problem with these short-haul jets. Starting to rain again, isn't it? Wayne Dyer, that's interesting. It's gone up quick. So Wayne just had a read about Rolls-Royce winning a 2.6 billion re-engineering program for the B-52 bomber. Wow. What engines are they gonna be, I wonder? Very interesting. See a bucket reversers coming out the back of the engines there on hydraulic rams. Like the old 727s where they used to reverse out of the gate. Ah, oh, nice one, man.
Right,
thank you, sir. Cheers. Coffee has arrived. Sarah Deal, is the volume down? I don't know. I think everything's fine. Valerie Dickens, always wondered how, when you see the wing so bendy and flexible, how they manage to support the heavy engine. If that makes sense. Valerie, yeah, I mean, a lot of people obviously question the strength and durability of aircraft in general, but it is, you know, there is a lot of flex that's built into the design of the aircraft, because obviously aerodynamically the thing will move and shift, and you know, expansion as well. I mean, if you remember, Concorde expanded somewhere in the region of 6 inches, was it 6-8 inches, due to the heat of the aircraft, like when it was up high, and the speed that it was traveling at caused the aircraft, the frame, to expand and contract, which is just crazy when you think about it. So much so that the pilots used to, when they were descending, they put their hat into the gap in some places in the airframe inside the cockpit, and then as the aircraft descended, that gap would come down and eventually pinch their pilot's cap. I think one of them, Jay Carey, I think that was the Hawker, was it? The little Hawker? Valerie Dickens. Rob Duff. Good morning, Keith. Dave Carrington, I think that was the Hawker 800 XP that we just saw there. That Jet 2 321 CEO that just went out, first delivered to Air Berlin 6 years ago. Paul Hodgie, thank you. Andy P just realised he upgraded video quality on Chrome. Yeah, I think it defaults at a low quality, doesn't it? Sarah Lecky, C-17 Globemaster flyover rehearsal in Brisbane for Riverfire. Awesome. Wow. Harsh Meta, good morning to you. James the Weatherman Whittaker. Yeah, well, hopefully this rain will just hold off. Little spots every now and then. Rab H, Manchester and rain is like strawberries and cream. Too right it is. Okay, Keith questioning, are the B-52s going to get the Trent 700s? It's interesting because at the moment they obviously have 8 engines. So in order, when you think about something as a monumental task as that, where you are changing two engines for a singular engine. Makes sense, don't get me wrong, but has the Trent 700 got the, because I think that they're almost like Pratt & Whitney JT3Ds on the B-52 at the moment, aren't they? Let's just have a look at that. Oh, blimey. Okay. Oh, okay, so they're J57P29Ws. Okay. All rated at £10,500. So, so that's 20, around about £21,000 of thrust on each dual engine. So basically, £21,000. Let's just have a look at that. That makes sense. I think it's £70,000 of thrust on the Trent 700, isn't it? Well, there we go, 65 to 71,000 pounds of thrust. So, yes, that will be more than enough power for the Trent 700 to be a replacement engine. But are we just guessing that, or? Let's just have another little look, because there was a mention there. 11 hours ago, B-52, B, C, D and E models were equipped with Pratt & Whitney J57s, all rated 10,500, numbers built 744. B-52 re-engining. So GE Aviation, this is coming from GE Aviation. Let's just have a look at it. GE is B-52 ready. Okay, that's interesting, because wasn't Wayne saying that it was going to be a Rolls-Royce power plant? Okay. Peace, protection and freedom. These essential pillars are what the B-52 has relentlessly guarded for the United States and our allies. La 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 la. Cold war, diddly diddly dum 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 dum. Varied, la la. Powerhouse will take on whatever is needed to defend. Oh, all right, okay. We don't need all that, you know. Amazing stuff. Let's just find out what the bleeding is. Same CF34-10 with a dual engine. So I don't think it is going to be a Trent power. I think looks like it might be, believe it or not, the CF34, which is the engine that powers the likes of the Embraer. Let's just have a little look here. Have a look here. Yeah, it is. Born as a scaled and improved version of the legendary CFM56 engine, the CF34-10 family is a proven stalwart of commercial aviation. So that little CF34, averaging 16,000 cycles to its first overhaul, CF34 takes 10 down. Well, is projected to stay on the wing for the life of the B-52 and beyond, reducing maintenance, manpower and operational costs. So there we go, folks. Going back to what Wayne was saying there, it definitely looks like, yeah, the B-52s are going to be re-engined with, believe it or not, the CF-34. Wave is a new member. Welcome, Wave. Is a new member on Big Jet TV. Good to see you here. Thanks for turning up. San Sharma. See how low. I think the Trent 7 would have probably been too overrated, potentially, for the B-52. He's holding. We have an inbound. Martin Reed. Well, it is. I'm way back. I'm way back. There we go. Wakanai is at the airport pub. Where's Wakanai? G'day. Right. Oh, is it? In what way? Just because of volume or what? Farid. When he piles on the pressure. Do you know what I mean? It just looked like it compressed a little bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Might get a bit of ribbon activity here off the flaps. Clearing up a little bit, slightly better visibility, much better now. You can see off into the distance. Well, Odette, we did our own live show, didn't we, with the AN124 Ruslan a couple of weeks ago. with our good friends from Fract, Chris, and all the good guys there out in Italy. Lufty, CEO. Jerry, I see on Google the other day that a Ukrainian 124 Rusline had a possible tail strike recently at Milan Malpensa. Oh, don't know. Wow. Blair Hinton. San Sharma, old school lufty livery, gotta say. Big fan of it still. Whether Lufthansa's program of changing all their aircraft out to the new livery has been put on hold, so to speak, or perhaps delayed, purely down to financial reasons, I believe. Alan Robbins. Marcus. Okay, still half decent. Wow. Martin Smith. Yeah, Skiathos was just that was a blip, wasn't it, with Skiathos with that rain. Phil Davis, you do have to pay for parking at the pub, but they're pretty reasonable rates, I've got to be honest. No more different than your average parking at wherever it might be. Let me go and get a Let me go and have a little look. I think it's like, okay, cool. Oh, is it? Broken through the cloud. Look at the love heart that he's left behind. Look. Vortex swirl. The avance. Turkish 330s pushed back, folks. More Trent 700 power. Alec Colombo, Jerry, why the subtitles? Alec, you've got subtitles turned on your phone or on your device, my friend. You need to turn them off. Otherwise, it's actually quite funny, some people saying that the subtitles are quite funny at times. Sandy Humby, Martino, Melbourne. G'day, Manchester. G'day, Martino, out there in Melbourne. John Tasker, there we go, telling Alec, you have CC enabled, closed captioning. Turn off CC. Keith Cornell, how come that Challenger has no registration on engine pod or tail? Is that one of those down there? Hmm. I don't really know. That I wouldn't know. Even Coop 43 planning a day trip to Manchester from Dublin for a day's spotting soon. Looking forward to it. Looks a great location. Evan, it is a fantastic place to come. I would highly recommend it. Let me just grab that. Oh. So in terms of the parking, folks, just to give you a little bit of an update on the parking here at Airport Pub. Let's just have a look here. £1.80 for up to an hour, £3.50 for 2 hours. So, you know, £3.50 for 2 hours, that's not bad. You can, 2 hours is a decent amount of time. I think it's, is that £5.40 for 3 hours, and up to 4 hours, £7. So still, even if you're for 5 hours, it's only £9, I think it is. So it's not too bad at all, really. Joe Thompson, Turkish 330 on radar. Thank you, Joe. Gaz Grill often watches with CC enabled. It can be quite funny, especially when the poor thing can't figure out what the hell I'm saying. Martin Smith, last time you were at Manchester, all the 737 MAX aircraft were all lined up. How times have moved on. Yes, they were right here on this pan that we're looking at right here. And of course, this taxiway here was closed for full-length departures. Any of the bigger aircraft that did want to go out full length had to taxi out on that intersection point there and then come back all the way down here, do a 180. Dun, 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 bam, bam, down, down. TCC, cheaper than Heathrow, short stay. Phil Davies, absolute pleasure, my friend. Yeah, it's reasonable all the way through, and the food's good. Lots of people piling in here right now. Odette, take care, all the best. Jan Ormson. When he was here, he took a taxi. There we go. So this is the little Air Dolomiti. Dave Yearsley, working airside today, Jerry. I'll give you a wave from T3 if I get time. Might find it a little bit hard to see you, Dave, but okay. Alan Donahue, Blair Hinton, EasyJet A320 possibly. Maybe a mistype there. Be great if it was an A220. Andy P. That's the power of love. Blimey, you can't go down there. Surely. So, look, folks, these little CF34 engines that you're looking at right here, there's going to be 8 of them powering the B-52s. I don't know when that engine re-engining program is going to kick off, but General Electric powered CF34 engines that you're seeing right there on that little Air Dolomiti Embraer. Alec, he sorted it out. Colombo, what a great surname. Just one other thing. Martin Smith, I think we're going to get these conditions more or less all day, maybe clearing up a little bit. Visibility is definitely sort of like holding at the moment. USAF 380, 50 minutes out. Ian in Aberdeen. Nice to see the Skiathos Crows followed you back. So I think a military version of this engine also powered the A-10 tank bomber as well, or tank. The Warthog. Listen to this thing, man. Love a prop. Oh, Chris Satterfield, working prototype from B-52 engine 6 to 9 months. Wow. Working prototype. Wow. Was there something on approach then? Oh yeah, no, he's fine, he's fine. Yeah, it wasn't that big a separation, I have to be honest. Wow, look how steep. Wow, look at that climb rate. Put that down right on the top of the hump, didn't he? What a... Jack ATR 42600 GLMSA heading to the Isle of Man. IOM. Love those big carbon blades. And it was loud, Decal Pam saying. It was a very loud aeroplane, wasn't it? Warren Sanderson. Yeah, good question, but I think they just prefer, some pilots just prefer to have the option, even though they're only using probably half of the full runway length. They just sometimes prefer to use full length. Goro, what a great climb it was, man. Wave rocket climb. It's a slightly newly revised livery on that tail, or is that just maybe a different variety of shortbread? Rav 8's over 3,000 foot per minute climb out. Wow. Here we go. Hear the fluttering of the props. This is where you get the waves for all the folks watching. Dom H, good morning to you. We got the wave. Hear that flutter as the prop blades slap the air, man. That's just insane. Sometimes you get a prop vortex as well when they're rotating. Not today, unfortunately. Huh? Okay, monitor that. Tronhensir. Fiona Addison. Chris Satterfield. Martin Smith, wave of the day. Cheeky Armitage, loving the engine sound. It is, it's that air show sound that I always think of. Joe Thompson, yeah, they are waving at the people at the fence. They weren't waving at me. Denise, Derbyshire, loving the livery. Being as she's a jock. Martin Ralph. Phil Springle, good morning to you, Phil. He's a four-striper with a star. Fiona Addison, Blair Hinton. BCal Pam, yeah, getting a lot of nice wave from the pilots. Yeah, again, I have to say those waves from the pilots are primarily at these folks who line the fence along here. So they're not at me. I'm probably out of their peripheral, I would imagine. Second BA in today. Darryl Riley, loving the sound. Tim Bell, full power on those food mixers. Brilliant. Jason Clayton, great pub, great food and great views. Love Manchester. There we go, Chris Norman. Chris Norman did hear talk a couple of weeks ago about doing 2-7 left inbounds from the Hilton. Would this be happening soon? Chris, potentially, yeah. It just all does depend on what's happening at the time. Again, wind directions and positioning in general, what we're up to. So yes, we haven't done Hilton Garden Inn for quite some time. Be great to get back there. A380, 40 minutes out, Joe Thompson saying. Well, I showed you that picture, didn't I? I showed you the picture, didn't I? Oh, was it? Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Sue Lawson, great to see you in Manchester again. Great to be here. The usual warm welcome from everybody who I've bumped into so far. Apologies if I've missed anyone, of course. Ian in Aberdeen saying, when I hear prop aircraft, it takes me back to my younger days. That's exactly what it does with me, Ian. It makes me think back to the old days of going to air shows. Not that all the aircraft were props, of course, but I think, to be honest with you, I think if anything, I think it might be a psychological thing of the Hercules. When you got to when I got to, you're hearing the Hercules taxiing around, when you're a kid. Daddy's Toys, welcome Daddy's Toys as a new member, and Christy Smith as well. 2 new members right there on Big Jet TV. A very warm welcome to you. Paul MK, we invested $600 million in Indianapolis in advanced manufacturing and technology to create the most advanced engine manufacturing site in the US and perfectly suited for the B-52 F-130 engine. Okay, got a wow. Joe Thompson, TUI 787, 28 minutes out. Let's fly away. Pink Air private jet off to Bodrum. Who the hell's that? Bodrum. Bayek. Oh, is it? It's Turkey, is it? Oh. Sorry, forgive my ignorance there, folks. Isn't it? Awesome. Brussels. Tony O'Reilly, good morning to you. Oh, what's that? Sorry, folks, that was me. I have just, I think, well, I have definitely, oh my goodness. Unless there's somebody out there with a VX1 that's got a charger lead, we are screwed. Royally. Oh my goodness me. Okay, folks, I'm going to have to face up and be honest with you here, which we always are. I'll let this one go out and I'll tell you what's going on. 1 hour and 17 minutes on this battery, Julie. 1 hour and 17 minutes. So we will get the 380. Well, more than likely 40, I would have thought. Nicole Peters. Oh dear, oh dear. Wow, big warm blast of air from those engines. Them engines. Bad old boy. You go to school, Dad. KLM 737. Quick turnaround on his way back to Schiphol. Yes, a very warm welcome to Nicole. Phil Loxham, I was pulling some great cha moves then. There we go. Vicky Denning. Yeah, it's the lead, it's the lead, it's not the, it's the lead. Folks, let me just explain to you, obviously coming back from Skiathos, I took both cameras with me, therefore both leads with me. In the bag, both leads, oh, it's just, both of the leads are back at base, folks. And normally, as you know, I have a lead permanently in the camera whilst filming, and as a result of that, both leads are back at base. And you know what the rest means is that unless anyone's got a VX1 camera to hand with the charger, we have got around about 1 hour left of streaming. Oh, it's just I feel terrible, but I mean, it's even if it is the first time it's happened, I feel really embarrassed, and I'm really sorry, folks. Well, as a result of that, we'll have to do another stream, won't we, Gilly, when we get back down to London? Eh? We'll have to do that. We'll have to do that just for the folks, just to see what we're doing. See what this is a Neo, ladies and gents. These big juicy engines. So that's what we'll do. Jockey boy, can you drive up with a spare, Gilly? I know. So your part 2 is going to come from London Heathrow, folks. Maybe later on today, or we could do something tomorrow morning, maybe. should get the 380 though. See, the GE power plant is far more gutsy. Like, I mean, it obviously delivers exactly the same amount of power as the Pratt & Whitney. But the Leap is, it just seems to be a lot more sort of like, you know, a lot of more lower bottom end on it than the Pratt & Whitney. No, you're all right. Thanks. Is it? What, today? Roger, our man. I don't know where Dave's supposed to be coming in and saying hello, isn't he? Oh, Dave Arting still. I might miss him. I might miss him. And I mean, how much is Shirley, folks? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. 12:30, yeah. Okay, well, let's see how long this battery lasts. James Malloy be making his connection flight from Heathrow on Friday. Martin Smith. What's that? Say that again. Oh. Oh, the main charger lead is what we're looking at. Is that a 320? It is a 320, isn't it? Not good, mate. Yeah, I've got a because I just got back from Skiathos, and in my bag during the switch out from all the bits and bobs, the charger lead. It's gone out of this bag. There's always a charger lead in the top of there. It's not there, is it? So I've got about 30 minutes left on this. That's it. I'm out. I'm out. It's pretty unique to Panasonic, to be honest with you. It's not you know. You think you've still got the lead? Have you? Well, that's the easy, son. Easy. It's this one here.
Just a pin. Right.
Terry might come to the rescue here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, he's got a bag of leads. He's got a box of leads. That's the thing. You never throw your leads away, do you? I mean, this is a pretty unique lead, it has to be said, but we never know. Rob Van Roy, welcome back, Rob. Good to see you here. And Neil Quinn is a new member. Welcome, Neil. G6ZNW, sorry. Nothing in Manchester or even the airport that would help Lord Geeker. Well, we're running low on time. Oh, Chicky, that's very kind. Wave, Dave Carrington, EK17, being hotly pursued by Etihad 787. Scott, no, it was for me to change the battery out with the spare battery that we have. Oh, let's have a little look here, shall we? Dave Morgan, yeah, the unknown thing. That's live TV for you, though, isn't it? Hold on, folks. Let me just have a little look. Got nothing on it. I'll go check with you. Is it a bit USB? It'll be USB. USB. Nice to meet you too. Very well, but a little bit stressed, unfortunately.
Lens.
Carry a spare charger travels with me all the time in this bag. Because obviously scaffolds broke down. I think it's got so it's thanks for trying. Bless him. Ah, done. Oh.
Double, triple, quadruple checked. So they carry in the bum bag as well. So they were all in the.
Okay, there we go. Sam Brown. Welcome, Sam. My apologies to any new members who've joined up today, only to be cut short, but we will do something later on. Hearing a 747 at London Heathrow is in, or is it due to go out, Jilly? What's the status on that? Denzel. Oh, everyone giving Terry the thumbs up. He's tried his best, but he went through everything, and there's just nothing there, I'm afraid. William Patrick. William Patrick, that won't do any good. Having the I don't want to sort of like this in these sort of circumstances. It's a bit of a bad one to sort of like. Still got 1 hour and 9 minutes showing on this battery. So based on the fact that that went down about 9 minutes, I'd say we've got about an hour left on this battery. Can Terry save the day, Bootle lad? What's that? TUI Dreamliner, yeah. Okay, Joe Thompson, Lancaster, BBMF Lancaster is up, just flown over EMA. Mike, Bulldog Mike, mentioning that earlier on. I think it's doing a fly past somewhere, because as well as doing the air displays, the guys at BBMF make a little bit of money out of doing. I don't know how much they charge, but obviously they need to charge for the fuel to do fly pasts and so on and so forth. But Tony McCall. Martin from... Okay. No, I don't know if he's got the same one. Donald Roy. Good afternoon to you. Martin Smith always keeps a spare set in a van. Cat Weasel, come on, tell. They all think you're going to save the day, mate. It's all on your shoulders now. Rob Van Roy. See you later, Ben Brown, Martin Smith. All part of the Big Jet TV live experience. Yeah, it needs to be for a Panasonic. Yeah, it's not like a USB to micro USB charger. If it was, then we wouldn't have any problem at all, because obviously, you know, but the charging port is a very specific, you know, what would you say? It's like a female male sort of like one with the jack inside it. Jockey Boys, Singapore on taxi. So somebody asking earlier on whether Singapore Airlines still operating out of Manchester, and here you go, here you go. Yes. It can only work one way. It can't. We can't. You can't sort of like butcher it. Like it's got to work like just like Lord Geek is saying. You've got to. It's got to match the voltage and all that kind of thing. It has to be specific for the camera. Thank you, Lord Geeker. Thank you, everybody. Oh my good God. We would have been really screwed, yeah. Martin Stagg, I have a VX1 and only in sales, so I can be there. Oh, Martin Stagg says he can be in 30 minutes. Martin Stagg. Martin Stagg, come to the airport pub, and I'll lunch is on me if you make it down here. He's got a VX1. He's got a charger lead. Jilly. Martin Stagg. Okay, everybody like. Yeah, I thought he said it's on sale or something like that. Oh, Martin could be saving a day here. That is good news, man. 6Y could be worse. Battery in my shaver's just died. I've only done the left side. Here we go, ladies and gents. Here we go. Right, feeling a lot better about that now. Martin Stagg, yes, please. Martin, I'll get lunch on you as well, mate. Yeah, I'm not going to throw it at you. I'm going to buy it for you. Just as the rain starts again. Here comes that bleeding rain. Yeah, don't go crazy fast, Martin. If we lose the feed for a little bit, then so be it. Superman Martin. Oh, hello. Got two heavies coming out. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, is he? Yeah. Oh, Martin's. That's going to be a whistle stop, isn't it? Oh. Wind is in the perfect direction here to be blowing. 30 minutes away, isn't it? Sorry? Yeah. We are sorted, mate. One of our members is in sail. What a result. That would have been a... Yeah, man. You know, 6 hours on the road for a 2-hour stream. What's that, mate? Yeah. I've got to register my van with you as well. There we go. Dreamer. WB. Just love that livery, man. Might look plain to some. Listen to those. I think these are. Here we go. Now listen to this thing. Like, wow! Look how grubby she is, man. Quite grubby. Listen to the air expelling out of the engines. Probably won't hear it. So I think these are I think these are these get it round the right way, Jerry. Because the trouble is that the CF6 and the Pratt & Whitney both have that exhaust spike on them. Pratt & Whitney also depend on the engine designer and the different variants of the engine as well. Was there? Was there? Okay, let's just see if we can catch a wizard off the... Now, as he powers up to move, you might see a ribbon, a wizard. Just look at the lower part of the engine cowl, folks. Dom H, no, I don't. I do like the Trent 7, but you'll find that the what's interesting is that this CF6 powered aircraft will make that same sort of like, give you that long extended spool up, as opposed to that sort of sudden punch that you get from like the GE90s, etc. Yeah, and then the 380 behind it, yeah? Oh, okay, so they're going to get this 330 out first, are they? Over some moisture, might pick it up. Oh man, visibility's really about to look at the murkiness now. Look how murky it is. Call me on that 380, Jimmy, because I have to do a just got to prepare for some. An engine tornado, Sanjon. Okay, any moment. $1,000. That's usually quite far behind. Here it comes now. Wow. That. Increase that one. Nice. Still here and going. Ram H Big Daddy. Martin Reed, the weather in Manchester is horrendous. Unfortunately. Well, actually, you know, give it its due. It's been all right, on and off, in splits and spots. Oh, you sod. You little sod. Okay, stand by. Okay, Martin, don't pay for your parking when you get here either. That'll all be taken care of. Great to see those little micro adjustments. Okay, switching out. Sorry, folks. Satcom blister at the back there. Oh, this weather's horrendous, mate. Isn't it amazing that you guys are coming to the rescue? There we go. Martin Reed, good morning to you. What didn't he know? I assume that Manchester is big enough to hold the A380. If so, very impressive. There we go, Martin. Yes, indeed. You will have just caught her landing. Bootleg. Yeah, we are very, very fortunate to have somebody who's got a VX1. Don't know if he's got the VX1 as a result of us using the VX1, but either way, whatever it is, we're just very fortunate that he does. Wave, thank you very much indeed. Etihad Dreamliner, Virgin 787 Dreamliner on radar. Joe Thompson saying, yeah, the one and only Virgin departure I think of today. I think we should all stand up and give him a round of applause when he arrives. Oh dear, that's brilliant. Martin Stack, OBE by the new year. Samantha Robson, San Sharma. Excuse me. With those two heavies arriving, let's hope the E-gates don't go down again, Paul MK saying. Yeah. very old school, very well sort of like noticeable, isn't it? The old Air France tail livery, John Grinham. I thought it was a 318 as well. It can easily be mistaken. I think it's mainly a 318 that they throw into Heathrow. Apart from the 321 every now and then. Sandy, I think they do have E-gates at most airports now, or most international airports anyway. Trev, Lion, Wave, how do attend immediate things such as if a special plane is arriving? I'm a minor, so I'm too young. Well, Wave, first of all, you'd obviously need to go with your folks or with an adult, but you know that generally the media press releases and stuff like that are all done by special invite, so very difficult to get into Wave, I'm afraid. Martin Reed, it's drizzly down here, the aircraft that go over more often is the military stuff. Okay, there we go. Virgin pinging Ian Finley saying, Dean Willis, similar weather in Devon today. Yeah, I think we've all got it, unfortunately. It's going to be a nice drive home, that's for sure. 23 degrees in Newark-on-Trent, Captain Ron saying. Wow, Sandy Humbley, it's brightening up where she is. John Grinham, yeah, loving the old scheme. Love the old scheme. Anthony Cliff, no rain in Liverpool. Jeffrey Dingle. Visibility, much better 50 miles south of you. Well, thanks for that. I'll tell you what, though. To the left of me, which is, I believe, to the south of me, to the south, Martin Stagg's got the charger and he's on his way. Will Martin arrive before the battery dies? He's on his way. Tunnels 1, 2 and 3, instead of queuing to go through passport control, you can make your journey easier by using the e-gate. Simply follow the instructions at the gate. I think a lot of it also depends on where you're travelling from as well, what passport you are holding, but in general, returning back to the UK, the e-gates, it's just a case of whether, you know, it's always very stressful when you're arriving back off of a flight and you just want to get through the airport, you want to get round through to baggage claim, if you're carrying baggage that is, and you just want to get out and get home, really. Most annoying thing is when you come around a corner and the passport hall is just rammo with people, and half of the e-gates are actually shut, non-operational. Let's just see what we got. 48 minutes, so we've got 39 minutes, I reckon, left on the battery. Oh, it's dismal. Well, hopefully it'll clear up a little bit. David E, watching from Centre Park. A330, loving this, Jerry. Great to see you up where I live, and at Manchester, where we were here in lockdown and it was eerie with no planes. Yeah, I bet it was. I bet it was. Another ATR, here we go. Blue Island. Angler attack. Very little flare, no flare, look. There is no such thing as a lens, Brolly, and there is no such way of stopping rain from getting on your lens, because you have to see through it. It's there is no such thing, subject, you know, it's just not possible, you know, it's not possible, I'm afraid, because the wind is constantly blowing the water onto the lens, isn't it? Get something above it, if it's falling vertically down, it's still going to get blown onto the lens, isn't it? So lovely thoughts, but unfortunately there is no such remedy to rain on your camera lens, like it or lump it. Even the sprays that you get, the water, you know, stuff to stop water from settling on your lens, etc, etc. Oh, I've got water on my lens. Every time I bleeding wipe the lens, I have to wipe me bleeding glasses and all. It's a flipping nightmare, this kind of rain. Mizzle. Stuart Lee, no, the weather is not best today. Hopefully it'll get better, I don't know. Stuart Frodson, there we go, hood extenders. Yeah, of course you can get hood extenders. Hood extenders are mainly for sun glare or for light glare. You know, there's nothing you can do to stop rain getting on your lens. It's as simple as that. There is not, you know, because you've got the wind to take into consideration. Because generally when there's rain, there's wind, and it will blow onto your lens. Darren 747, snow forecast for later. Oh yeah, that's going to really do a lot of good, isn't it? Throw this poncho on. Phil McCann. Are you serious? Mind you, there was a fella last night, and I don't know if it was a joke or not, but Phil McCann. There's a bloke down reporting for the local news station, for the BBC, a local petrol station, and his name's Phil McCann. Fantastic. That is brilliant. I love that. What? What happened? Hello? Oh, okay. I'll just press the thing in my jig because I was putting my silly poncho on. I do look silly with these things on, don't I? Struggle when you do this. Stupid. 42 minutes remaining. Oh, stop it! God blimey! RT's in the house. The baguette flyer. wonder who's operating this Dreamliner. Whether it's anyone that we know. There's a big spider on the side. Spider. Why it would be? Why it would be? I don't know. It's the buildings in it. Sorry, it's my monitor. It's buildings and naps in it. How'd you figure that one out? It's interesting. Oh, what a lovely smell. Absolutely horrendous. Now I'm getting condensation in the glasses. If there's anyone that we know operating this one. The captain's going to take her out. Oh, I can't see a thing, mate. All I know is that this thing's heading somewhere a lot nicer in terms of the weather. Probably about. Okay, here we go, folks. Turn it, burn it. Yeah, it's horrible, mate. It's horrible, man. It's horrible. Totally not forecasted, was it? It was just not forecasted at all. England, oh England. Queen Bee, that was it? Aviation Gamer, thank you. A330, and away! Have to make an aviation air freshener, Valerie Dickens. We've been down that route many times. With the candles, full candles. Adrian Andrews, afternoon. Oh, what's that? Carl Hanlon, good to see Virgin are back here. They've already demolished their offices at Manor Road, Royal Crawley. Demolished them? With my reputation. They've demolished. Well, they may be moving to new offices, Carl. I would imagine that because Virgin have been based at based down at Crawley or Crawley for many years. In fact, when they first started, I think so. Maybe moving to new offices, Carl. I don't know. I don't think they will have just like gone right. Okay, that's it. We've had enough. We're going to knock all the buildings down. But I don't know. You might be absolutely right on that one. Going. Philip Sinclair going to Bridgetown. Thank you for that. Graham H. It is Manchester. Alec Colombo. Think the Dreamliner was going to Bridgetown. It is, my friends. Was Zane flying the Virgin 787? John Grinham. He is flying the Virgin, flying for Virgin with the 787. Oh, look at the little lad down there. All right, mate. Oh, bless him. Look. All right, mate.
Yeah. We got a special plane in tomorrow.
Oh, have you? What you got coming in?
Jordanian Aviation 330.
Is it?
Operating for PIM.
No, man. Jordanian 330 coming in tomorrow. Nice one. Operating for PIA. Thanks for that, man. Thank you. You want a sticker, mate? It's gone. Let me. Have I got anything coming out or going in, Jilly? Let's see if we can. Fault handles. Okay. Is that him? You all right, mate? How's it going? Yeah. It is what it is. Okay. Dean Willis, Jet 2737, inbound from Ibiza, turning from base to shore. Okay, so we'll have to. I'm going to jump down and get some stickers in a minute. And hammer Dean Willis. Bootle then. Better weather coming, fingers crossed. Yeah, I think it's. I think it's not too far away now, folks. You'll see the cloud there. That is sort of like, hopefully going away to us north of airfield. But we'll just have to wait and see. Wayne Dyer. Oh, bless him.
We watch you all the time on YouTube and Facebook at home.
Oh, do you?
Absolutely loves you, yeah.
Oh, bless him. You all right, lad?
Whenever you go live, I always say, do you want to put planes on? Yeah.
Oh, fair play to the little fella.
Yeah, we saw that you were here this morning, so we thought we'd have to jump over.
Oh, I'm going to wait for this Jet 2 to come in, mate. I'll jump down and grab a sticker out the van for him.
All right, yeah, no worries, next one.
BA 321 Neo, short hop to London Heathrow. Sonia Keenan, is he coming out now? Is he pushing back, Kate? It is clearing up a little bit. There we go, Dean Willis, Manchester to London Heathrow 321 Neo, taxiing for departure. Martin Stagg is there. Okay, right, we're going to have to. I'm going to have to miss these ones, folks. Just stand by. Let me just quickly nip down and get that. Come on. Jared, can we get it? No, you're right, mate. Thanks, fella. The sun's coming out. Okay. Oh, look at that. Straight on. Straight on. We have power, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me just pull that lead there. Come out of there. Bring this up here like this. Oh, Martin Stagg. Martin Stagg. Okay. Got a low battery pack. Reading on my phone. What's that all about then? Oh. Yeah. What's that all about? Nah, man. It's this charger. It's just. Oh, man. It wasn't on, man. Don't worry about it. It's just. Yeah. Right, let me nip down and give this kid a sticker, man. We're all right at the moment, yeah? Everything all right at the moment? Okay, back in a second, folks. Wow. Hey! Back got power. What's that? Sorry, ladies and gents, we're back. And Martin Stagg saves the day, literally. Total top man. 321 Neo with British Airways. I wonder how you can see right through those engines. You see right through those engines, folks. decrease in pressure. Over the wing. Interesting to see a 21 Neo with a replacement radome on the front, slightly out of sync, out of alignment. Look. Got a proper wave then. Interesting to see, oh no. See, they paint the end of their canoes with the red tip. Looks like it's got nail varnish. I think that's just for ground crews to just as a little bit of a heads up in terms of like, watch out, there's a dirty great big thing above your head. Here we go. Once again, the weather is improving. Take your silly poncho off now. Nice warm gust of air from those engines. Go. We'll catch our breath. Okay, so that is powering. Wow. Okay, that was very low. That managed to get very low. That down to 23%. There we go. Never mind. Sandy Humby back down to LHR. Kev Parker. What would drive him insane? What the out of line. Radome, the paint. Flypad 64 made me feel funny not matching up. They do, don't they? All the Neos, they have an NEO prefix, I think. Hertfordshire 247, good afternoon to you. Time to recover off us. Oh dear, okay, well, hope you're better, my friend. Noel J, good afternoon. Looks a really nice day at Manchester. Well, it's actually, Noel, it's a little bit better than it was like 5 minutes ago when we were here. But hopefully we'll, the weather will stay like this. Floofage on this one. Down to very specific atmospheric conditions, isn't it? That determine whether you get a lot or not very much over wing fluff. Down to the pressures, I'm guessing barometric pressure, is it? Obviously the wing itself creating determining a lot of that, but yeah. Ideal, perfect conditions right now, by the looks of it, by the feels of it. So how did you come across this cable then? Well, it came with the camera. Oh, okay, so how long have you known the cable for? Well, I don't know. What do you mean? Well, I mean, did you know the? Do you know which stable it's come from? Is it is it an English makeover? I don't know. What were you on about? Thanks anyway for that. Coming up later in the show, full-blown interview with a cable. Captain Bob, you know what? You're saying that. That's exactly what I was talking with Julie about yesterday, was the fact that now the US is about to reopen. It's highly likely that we will see the 380 returning back into service at some point soon, or not long after, because there's going to be a lot of demand, hell of a lot of demand. This little fella. He's got a smiley face, got a smiley face. He's definitely got a smiley face. I got fang. Was it? Look at the size of the door. It's bleeding massive, man. It's almost the full height and width of the Might be small, but the bleeding thing will pack a punch, won't it? Channel jets. Nice little thing, isn't it? Now, if I win 110 million tonight, I won't buy one of them. Who was first officer on the Ryanair? Which Ryanair was? Linda Beattie's nephew was the first officer on one of the Ryanairs that just went out. Was that the one? Was that the one, the latest, the most recent one, or the one that came in, or? Oh, on that. 737. So. Conditions warming up a little bit now. Still getting these great visuals of the ribbons pouring off. They're created by the end of the inboard wings, inboard flaps. Yeah, look at that. Those ribbons generally tend to be caused by straight edges, which is why you don't get too much of the ribbon activity off of these newer style sharklets. Lots of water being kicked up. Dean Willis. EasyJet 319 after this Boeing 737 in from Belfast. Thank you, Dean. Like I say, folks, keep us posted on what's happening. Fly it like you stole it. Actually had a BA crew say that when we were late. Well, we were well late on a Manchester to London City flight. Oh, I would have loved to have experienced that. Fly it like you stole it. Fair play. Oh dear. Jay Carey. That doesn't sound very good. Yes, and of course, getting back to that whole BA380 thing, it is highly likely, I would have thought, that BA will now be at another stage of possibly planning the return of their 380s, because I think the US, I mean, Virgin said they were 600% increase in flight bookings for the US last week when it was announced. So it's going to be a hell of a lot of demand. Place is filling up, folks. See, great place to visit here. And like I said earlier on, they got that hangar, which is a drinking establishment, but also for food, as you can see there. Just down there, you can just see the bar is well and truly open. Great place to bring the kids, bring the family, or just yourself if you've got a camera and just want to come and photograph the planes. Sonia Keenan, TUI Max, inbound from Pula. Okay. Bootle, EasyJet coming in, was that the one? Looks drizzly and raining there. It's going to be sunny, 76 degrees Fahrenheit and no humidity here today, Jeff Anderson. Thank you very much indeed. Nigel Gale, TUI Max 8 on finals after Belfast 319. I think this is the TUI Max now. Might get some ribbons off of the outboard scimitar winglets. Let's have a little look, because they are straight edged and not or is it just going to be off the outboard flaps? Well, look, she's dragging a lot there, look. See, that's all drag that's happening there. That water just pouring off the wings as well, man. Slightly less vortex off of the inboard flaps, just because of the size, the additional sizing of the engine cowl. Those big LEAP engines. Oh, Paul Henry. I'm good, thanks at the moment, man. Are you going down, are you? Well, if you're going down, I'll grab just a latte, please, man. Thanks, man. You sure? Cool, man.
Sugar in that, or just...
Nah, you're all right, thanks, man. Just as it comes. Thank you. Paul Henry left Jerry in the pub. I didn't disturb him at the aviation park now. Aircraft climbing really steep. Are they still half empty? Paul Henry possibly yes. Oh, that's a shame. Did I say hello to him? Did he say hello to me? Very kind of you, Paul, but you should have said hello, at least. That's a great shame. Or is that Paul Henry who was on the bicycle, maybe, who I gave a wave to, who said hello to me? But anyway, if I missed you, Paul, that's a shame. I wonder whether that 2E Max was possibly one of the 2E Maxes that was parked down here for quite some time. Well, wasn't it nearly a year, Gilly? I think it was nearly a year, wasn't it? Parked down here. Paul MK heading up to Bolton tomorrow. Going to pop into Manchester if he can. Jeff Anderson, sometimes called crab claws. Interesting. I can understand why. Tell you what, it must be. This is where you get to see some really intense reverse, which is why it would be Leap 1B on the Maxes. Thank you, TCC. Dean Willis Embraer ERJ 145. Is that inbound? Stuart Frodsham, I read Qatar have grounded 13 of its A350s due to fuselage degradation. Yes, they're putting some of the old A330s back in service to cover. Oh wow, there we go. That's why we've seen them. That's why we're seeing those 330s then. So yeah, 13 of its A350s. Wow, that's yeah, that is. I think it was. I think it might have been a paint degradation. Mate, he's got one of those retrieval things. You know those rubbish retrieval claw things. Nigel Gale, like London buses, 2 more 2E Maxes on the way in. There we go. John Godson. He's off. Take care, John. Eve Hoskard just looked on the Virgin at my flight. London Heathrow to JFK in February has been changed from 787 to A350. Wow. Eve, there you go. How about that? Oh, I do hope that weather is coming in this way, isn't it? We've got more. Oh, you're a star, mate. You're not getting anything yourself?
I've got
Oh, you've got a pint. Fair play, man. Fair play. Thank you, sir. Melanie Lester, is it my imagination or the camera angle? But landing seems to be much smoother here. To be honest with you, Melanie, partially I think part of the reason why they're able to land it quite smoothly is because they're actually landing on an up-ramp here, sorry. As you can see here, the runway, the first part of the runway, or a good part of the landing area, or the burns as they call them, is actually situated on the up-ramp. So it's a lot more sort of like easier to bring the aircraft in, I'd imagine, than it would be on a perfectly flat runway, like somewhere like Heathrow, for example. But also, you know, a lot of it is down to climatic, you know, conditions, the winds, and so on and so forth. Jeff Anderson, it's so good to see TUI, Ryanair. Two Maxes, nice one. There we go, Mark Marchington, kind of like saying the same thing as me. It's to do with the angle of the runway, angled upwards, and therefore making it a slightly easier. Want to stick a little fella? No? Sod you then. Hey! We do have a wasp's nest up here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm managing to. What's down there? Yeah, it's under control. Put it that way. This is a very weird sort of like. Oh, hello. Oh, isn't that? Oh, okay. It's a very weird. It's a very weird weather system coming in now. This is definitely coming towards us. It'd be great if it was just cloud, low cloud. As you can see it approaching from. Is that? Is it south-west that I'm looking in that direction now? Want one of these, mate?
Hello, big jet.
Do you want one of these, mate?
Yeah,
Well, watch out, because they're all going to flutter down, yeah? Ready? There you go. Stick it on your phone. There's one for you there. Yeah, of course I am. I'm sorry to be so rude and chuck them down, but you ready? Oh, one's gone in with your old man there, I think. There he is. Has he got it? Through the doorway. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. There's wasp activity. Jeff Anderson, the business jet in the distance in EMB 135. That'll be that one down there, I'm guessing. Okay. Visibility's still decent enough, but as you can see, it's. Oh, hello, bloody hell! Look at this. I mean, blimey, O'Reilly. Sorry. Got to call the next one. Got to call the next one because the breakthrough was pretty spectacular. Is it? Who said they're like London buses just now? Nice slow deployment of the ground spoilers. I'm going to come back over this way. Yeah, I'm going to be ready for it. Yeah. 1000. Mind you, that's the old Airbus call out, isn't it? There it comes now. See if we can get it breaking out. Break out. Easy, son. Ben Brown must be having the time of his life right now. More maxes to shake a stick at. Oh yeah, he's not here, is he? Do 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 do. Martin Smith. Weather is 70% rainy, lowering each hour to 7% by 6 p.m. Cloud lifting with broken sunshine expected around 4 p.m. Well, it's only 1:30 at the moment. Oh no, it's not. It's not. My watch is slow again, isn't it? I think I've got my slow watch on today. TCC, yes, bit of a wobble. Near Whiteley, I spent many hours here logging aircraft registration when I was a kid, when the viewing area was on the roof of T1 and its piers. Probably around about the same time that Gatwick still had its upper tier. Hertfordshire 247, the low pressure system over the north of the UK is huge. Josh Powers tuning in from the United States of America, who are absolutely slaughtering us in the Gulf. We literally need a miracle in Medina, if you care. What is the purpose of the serrated engine trailing edge on the newer Boeing? Paul Thompson. Great question, that, Paul. Mainly down to reducing drag of the aircraft, because the actual, believe it or not, the engine cowl itself, or the engine itself, is a very draggy part of the aircraft in terms of its aerodynamics. Very difficult thing to design, because obviously it has to have an opening and it has to have an outlet. So therefore, you know, it's what you do around it that affects its sound note as well. There's also, you know, it's slightly quieter, the sound note, because the air, believe it or not, a lot of the noise that you hear when an aircraft is landing, obviously a big part of it is the engine noise itself, but a lot of it is the air whistling through parts like the undercarriage, any parts that are hanging down like the flaps, and of course the air that's coming out of the back of the or rushing past the as you can see in if you're into your aerodynamics or into Formula One or anything like that, you'll see quite clearly how the designers are constantly trying. Hello, mate. It's Dave Hartingstall. Hey, the engine, the manufacturers are. Oh, go on in. One. They ran out of raspberry ones.
Happy Christmas.
Cheers, mate. You're a star. That's what I just needed. A couple of Dave Hartingstall turning up with a couple of mini rolls. Give us a wave, Dave. Thanks, mate. From all the way up in Prestwick, Scotland, with his old man, bless him. But what a star he is. So yeah, the reason for the scalloped, as I call them, serrated or whichever way you just go. Oh, this rain, here it comes again. Couldn't you just leave it out for 5 minutes, man? It's so boring, isn't it? So boring, rain, man. You're so boring. The trouble is, every time I put this bleeding thing on, it stops raining. So yeah, the aerodynamics of the design of the engine cowls is something that's obviously quite important. That's why you see these scalloped or serrated back edge of these engine cowls, much like that you see on the Trent 1000 and the GENX engine. Embraer. The size of the wings on that thing. Great aeroplane to fly on. Very smooth, big windows. I noticed on the 737, if you're I'm 5'11" and a half, I think. Last time I measured myself, might have shrunk a bit in my older age, but I think if you're quite tall and on a 737, you have to sort of like bend down a little bit to look out the window, because the windows are quite low down. Obviously, they've looked at the height of the average human being and come up with a height that works for most people, unless, of course, like I say, you're very tall indeed. See. But yeah, it is quite amazing that a lot of the noise that you hear from aircraft when they're landing is obviously partially engine, but also the wind noise itself. TCC, nice people at Manchester. Mate, I tell you what, they are nice people at Manchester. They're nice everyone, but oh, this is a very well. Where's old Dave gone? Michael K. All the Heathrow terminals are not open yet. Teresa, no, I haven't learned to fly. I've flown simulator before, but that's about it. Maureen Beach. I'll give you a sticker, fella.
Because, yeah, I told you to, if you don't mind.
My pleasure. Thanks for the coffee, man.
No worries.
Maureen Beach is on holiday in mid Wales, and the TV in the cottage has got YouTube on it, so husband's going to be happy. It's a very Paul Henry going to be travelling back today. See, as soon as I put this bleeding thing on, the sun's come out. Purple. Right. Blimey, I must be miles behind on the comments. I've just seen Joe Johnson, I think. Joe, I think as far as UK operators go, I think TUI at the moment are one of the heaviest user of the Max. But also, of course, don't forget Ryanair. But I think they might be a little bit behind. I don't know how many each of them are operating at the moment.
You need a brew?
I'm good, thanks, mate. I've got one. Thank you, Dave. Cheers. Jeff Anderson. Ryanair, yes, indeed. Irish. Say they're the Irish flag carrier, Ryanair, because that's, of course, Aer Lingus would be classified as the Irish flag carrier. Cuddy Mia. Look at the size of that rudder. Okay, I'm so far behind on that, Cuddy, I apologise. Oh, blimey, I am miles behind, don't I? Look at this, oh, flipping it. TCC. Yes, engine sound. Little Ryanair. I don't know if this is Jeff Anderson, was this Manchester Airport an RAF or US Air Force field during World War II? I don't think either, to be honest with you. It might have been used as for whatever purpose it might have been, but it certainly wasn't I don't think it was an RAF base or anything like that during a war. It might have been a satellite. Oh, RAF Ringway. Oh, okay. Of course it is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So Ringway, RAF Ringway. Must have been a fighter station, was it? Mind you, all the way up in Manchester. An RAF base. With my reputation, let's just have a little look at that. Oh wow. So what operations did it, just seems a bit odd that you'd have an RAF station all the way up here. When they burn half the fuel going over, you know, because it might have been a operational sort of like training base, or a bit like Silverstone was a training unit for, or conversion unit, I think, for with Wellington bombers, maintenance units. A lot of these airfields up north were maintenance units, possibly, I don't know. Why have I lost me? Okay, there we go. Michael K. Thank you, Michael. Thanks everybody for your info. I don't in any way think that I know half of much as you guys, and of course a lot of you folks are able to do your Google thing and keep me posted on as much information as Jill Blakeney. Oh, parachute training school. There we go. There we go. Okay, so it was a you know, a training academy for Avro. Oh, the Halifax was built here, was it? Wow. Wow. Ferry battle. Ooh, the Avro Manchester Mark III was also built here as well, which was the predecessor to the 4-engine Lancaster bomber, of course. The Manchester was an absolute, a complete and utter, well, I wouldn't say a complete and utter failure, but it just had really bad engine overheating problems because it had two engines literally bolted on top of each other. And interestingly enough, Guy Gibson, of all the people that flew quite a few missions on the Manchester, he was kind of a guinea pig before they created 617 Squadron, of course. And here at the distance, it looks like ATR on its way out. Mark Marchington, thank you. So it was wow. See how flexible the wing is, folks. Inspection. Nice, man. Is that a reverser?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Crazy. Wow, man. That's so cool. Nice.
Interesting. What's it all been tested on the hydraulic test bed and everything?
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
So you had a test bed to test it, basically?
I was just a contractor there.
Right, right.
He had the two halves put together, so then it went on the test bed. Just did the hydraulic test on it.
Nice.
Interesting place to work.
Yeah, definitely, man, definitely. Yeah, all done under a lot of secrecy there, unfortunately, for us to be able to get in there and see those sorts of things. Generally, they don't like live stuff in there because they're understandably not in control of it.
No.
You know, they want to be in control of it, see what's coming out the other end. That's why when we did the GE thing, we had to obviously do it all post-production, which is not what we're about, really. You know, which is why it was nice to do that with Fract the other week with the AM124. Spinning daisies, Maggie saying. Quite like that. Love the old ATR, lots of time in the cockpit jump seat of those aircraft. Jeff Anderson saying, where is Blue Island from? Good question. Well, it can't be from that far away, can it? It's got to be like maybe I don't know, possibly, don't know, Greek islands, maybe? It's the furthest, surely, I thought. Oh, it's Jersey, is it? Okay, there we go. Bootle lad, Samantha Robson, Paul Skilling, Michael K. From Jersey, Jill. Regional airline of the Channel Islands. Okay, there we go. Well, I've never seen them before, I don't think. Jeff Anderson, wow, big climb out. Mark Marchington, giving a shout out to Joan. Joe Thompson, it does. Renee Jensen, steep climb out. What's that? Oh, nice. What, 777?
Yep.
Nice. Qatar 777. So that means they'll turn that one round. When's the 380 due out, actually? But no, you can't beat the live shows, man. You can't beat them. Joe Thompson, yeah, it is good that the pilots do take a bit of time out. Some of them are a little bit stuffy sometimes, and understandably so. They may be either in a rush or there's a lot of traffic around, and they obviously have to concentrate on what they're doing. But more often than not, it's good that they do take a little bit of time to just give them a wave. Daniel McGowan, it's off to Exeter. Oh, okay. So it's interesting. Basil Sims, good day to you. TCC, the props are still needed to serve airports with short runways. Yeah, although runways like London City, Embraer, the Embraer gets in there, is it 175 maybe, I think, with British Airways, and I think is the A220 able to, I think Swiss fly the 220 into London City, don't they? Stephen Bale, Jet 2 LS 832. Thank you for that, Stephen. Alexandra Wood, Blue Islands are very common in the Channel Islands, seen very often on the routes into Southampton. Thank you for that. Yeah, there was a fella. There was a fella who was flying for Emirates. Let me just have a look on my notifications here, because I did mention it yesterday and I thought it was quite funny. Okay, let's just have a look at seal activity. Oh, here we go. Look, yeah. There was a fellow yesterday. His name's Edward De Freitas. Yeah, remember that name for just a second. Edward De Freitas. He's an airline pilot at Amerijet. And he's put a post out. First Atlantic crossing in almost 2 years since leaving Emirates. Very happy to be flying again with Amerijet International, paired up with an awesome crew as well. Didn't mention at all about the fact that his surname works perfectly with a freight company. De Freitas? Yeah? Okay, he had to be there. I'll get me coat. Anyway, I commented on it. I think I did. I thought I did. Did I do it or not? Did I? Anyway, yeah. Congratulations to him. Let's just have a look and see. Oh, hello. It's fluff. Only on that part of the descent, though. Look, the sun's coming out. Flipping heck. That is one part of the shot that we're missing, of course, because of the runway being on a downslope the other side. We don't get to see the reverser action, which is what all those guys and girls down at the RVP are seeing. New startup airline, Northern Pacific, have bought 6 Boeing 757s. So you see, we think of all these Jet 2 757s and the like all being retired off, but a new startup company, Northern Pacific. And like it says, it is an ambitious startup airline. Northern Pacific secured its first 6 Boeing 757s ahead of a planned launch of operations. The first 757 is undergoing maintenance right now and is expected to arrive in Alaska by December. Okay, so Alaskan carriers, I think. The first is currently registered with tail number November 206 Uniform Whiskey. Who can tell me where that aircraft, who that aircraft? So with November 206 Uniform Whiskey. It's a 26-year-old Rolls-Royce. That'll be the RB211 powered 757-200 with a pretty impressive pedigree. So could even be ex-British Airways, you never know. Oh, there we go, the aircraft entered service with America West back in 1995. Wow. Operating for 9 years before America West took over US Airways. As America West took on the name of US Airways, the jet was registered under this new designator. There it remained until the merger with American Airlines in 2013. American continued to fly the 757 until January 2020. We may have even caught that on Big Jet TV at some point in time. Remained the property of Air Sale, a major leasing company, and that's what we talk about regularly, folks. Is all right, mate. There's one of the things that we talk about regularly is, you know, the fact that a lot of these airlines do not actually own the aircraft. We have seen some pretty disappearing in spray there. We would see some pretty awesome reverser action if we were down at the RVP, of course. So there we go. Look out for them, folks. One of the stories that's been in the news, in the aviation news for quite some time now, and this is just another editorial that came out from Stat Media Group, basically saying that it is literally raining orders for passenger to freight P2F converted aircraft, and conversion companies are installing additional assembly lines to increase the units converted and thus fulfill the growing demands. Wow, that is crazy. Now the thing is that you know, originally I would have understood if it had have been PPE related freight demand, but now it just seems to be commerce, e-commerce freight. You know, your Amazons and stuff like that, coming from overseas manufacturers, inbound freight. Of course, you do have your perishables as well. There's always a big demand for that. I think we're going to start seeing a huge demand in perishable freight as well here in the UK. Of course, a lot of that stuff being handled by Turkish airlines with their 747. Well, it was a regular service with their 747, wasn't it? Was it? And apparently, and this is on Aviation Week's network, saying that Boeing are suggesting that they may be on track to meet the global the clearance, clearing the backlog of their 737 MAX orders by around about 2023. So that's good news for them. But of course, they now have some serious issues with the Dreamliner, and those issues are pretty substantial, I have to say. Electrical issues, all kinds of things going on with the Dreamliner program. Front bulkhead. would say he recovered it nicely, but it was just looked like it was coming down quite heavy. But he flared it beautifully there. Also in the news last week was Airbus testing a scale, a seventh scale model of a 321 with extending wingtips. Folding extending wingtips. And also, what is really interesting about this particular program that Airbus are working on is that not only are the wingtips will be able to flap. I know it sounds crazy, but they will be able to flap and flex with whatever aerodynamic conditions that they're being thrown at. There's a specific term used for it. Increasing wing aspect ratio reduces lift-induced drag. Of course, that's what we've all talked about. Here we go. See, some people might be mistaken to think that, hear the brakes, that there aren't actually any winglets or sharklets or anything on the 777, but there are. It's a different style of extension on the 777, which is also the same as on the Dreamliner as well. It's what's known as the raked wingtip. Also can be seen on the 767-400 variant as well. It's the raked wingtip, same as on the Dreamliner as well. But yeah. Something that looks different from one angle than it does the other. If you look at it from one angle, it looks like it's kicking up. Another angle looks like it's going forward. But what we do know is that this aeroplane has some beautiful big engines on it. GE 115Bs. 115,000 pounds of thrust either side, and of course it has those beautiful big carbon fan blades, something that we'll probably see when she goes out a little bit later on. You there, Jilly? You copy? No. So they're saying here with Airbus, who are developing this this new wing tip, flexible, folding or flappable wingtip, which will obviously extend and retract into an upward position, I'm guessing, for it to make sure that it can get into gates and stuff like that. But basically, increasing wing aspect ratio reduces lift-induced drag, which accounts for more than 30% of the aircraft's drag. So there we go, folks. So you see how important it is to have a good wing tip, because the end of the wing is one of the biggest drag-inducing components of an aircraft. Extending the span also increases wing height, but using the folding wingtip for load alleviation in gusts and manoeuvres promises to minimise the weight penalty for higher aspect ratio. A freely flapping hinge, get that? Can you believe it? I mean, not just the design that goes into that, but also the strength and quality of the materials that they're going to have to use for that, because the amount of stresses that it's going to undergo, I would have thought it's quite significant. A freely flapping hinge does not pass bending moment. In other words, it doesn't go beyond the bending moment. So if the wingtip is free to flap in gusts, the additional span does not increase the bending moment on the wing. All a little bit difficult to decipher when you're, well, for someone like me anyway. Also, if the hinge is angled relative to the flow over the wing, it is statically stable because aerodynamic stiffness limits the flapping. And there is a name for it. The ground literally shaking. Certainly looks, at least for the time being, that we're going to be all right for the weather. I've got a little black book with my poems in. Do, 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 boom, boom. Do, 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 do. Yeah, so Airbus calling the technology the semi-aeroelastic hinge. Aeroelastic hinge. So think about that for a minute, folks. A semi-aeroelastic hinge on an aeroplane wing. Semi because it can be locked and unlocked to freely flap in flight. The promise of the technology was shown in 2019 to 2020 flights of a subscale unmanned model, the Albatross 1, developed by Airbus UK. There are pictures of it which look pretty impressive, I've got to say, but it does make you wonder, doesn't it? With those winglets flapping, is that going to literally? Well, it's just. I guess they're going to just be subjected to whatever airflow comes. So if it's bad conditions, if they're in, for example, in some kind of clear air turbulence at 40,000 feet, then it will probably be able to deal with it a lot better, I'd imagine. Hints that Airbus planned to demonstrate the technology by modifying a Cessna Citation business jet surfaced in early 2021. Now the Air Current has revealed the demonstrator project is called X-Wing and involves fitting a Citation 7 with a new composite wing and fly-by-wire controls for unmanned flights. With a high-speed aspect ratio wing with folding wingtips. Wow, okay, I can see that. That's insane. That's very Boeing-esque, I've got to say. That's a very Boeing-esque wing. (171-foot span wing, wow. With a movable wingtip section for potential application to a single aisle transport. Just have to see what happens, because that is obviously a part of the aircraft which is constantly being looked at in terms of improvements, and how, as you can see by all the different types of winglets that are available on the market. Also, Aer Lingus' A330, I believe, is parked up round the corner here somewhere. She is ready for her new service, transatlantic operations, starting in October. So look forward to seeing that and catching that at some point. I don't know where they parked her up, but Rolls-Royce all-electric aeroplane, looking to set records. Again, still very, very low on the whole, sort of like in terms of its size. It's just literally a small aircraft at the moment. Oh, that was the thing that I mentioned on the show the other day, wasn't it? About how it has now been revealed. The 747-8, that the last one, production of the passenger version of the 747-8 has already ended. While the plane was supposed to be the evolution of the previous generations of the 747, airlines are largely opting for lower capacity planes. As far as passenger airlines go, Boeing 747-8s are only being operated by Air China, Korean and Lufthansa. Cargo airlines still have some of these planes on order, but that's it. In early 21, it was revealed in Boeing's orders and deliveries update that a Boeing 747-8 had been ordered by an unidentified customer, and it was intended for VIP operations. Okay. Carry on with that in a moment. Okay. Oh, bless him. Getting some good shots of the reversers over the other side of the hillside over there. And out of the side of the runway over there. We missed Speak Like a Pirate Day last week, folks. I was really looking forward to that. Gonna be all like that there. So in early 2021, it was revealed in by blah 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 blah. The particular plane that was speculated to have been ordered had quite a history. Lufthansa had initially ordered 20 Boeing 747-8s, but only ended up with a fleet of 19 of these planes. That's because Boeing had asked Lufthansa if one of the 747-8s on order could be used as a test aircraft. So Lufthansa reduced its order by one aircraft, but had the option of ordering an additional one, which it never exercised. That test aircraft, is now around 10 years old, and it has been in storage for years, most recently in Victorville, California. It has the line number 1435 and carried the registration code November 828 Bravo Alpha. So when there was news of an extra 747-8 order, it seemed highly likely that this was this particular 747-8 being ordered. But who would order a single VIP 747-8? So now it's saying that Boeing 747-8 in storage was recently registered as Sierra Uniform Echo Golf Yankee, which gives us a clue as to what the plane is for. That the plan is for this aircraft. At this point, it's reported that the Boeing 747-8 is headed to the Egyptian government, presumably to be the new Air Force One of Egypt. Egypt's existing flagship government aircraft is an Airbus A340-200 with the registration code Sierra Uniform Golf Golf Golf, which is around 27 years old. And there's a great picture of it there. So there we go, folks. That's a bit of a mystery that's been revealed there. All right. Are you off, man?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, thanks, fella.
Yeah,
I really appreciate your getting the coffee.
Yeah, no problem,
Thank you,
mate.
my friend.
Nice meeting you.
Take care. See you soon. San Sharma. Speak like RTK. Hello there. Joe Thompson, Etihad and TUI Dreamliners on radar. So any moment now, folks, we can switch out of this and come back into that. Does this give me time for a comfort break, Jilly? Do I have time for a comfort break? Got anything coming in? Hello there. Can't believe. Yeah, okay. Right, back in a minute. Don't go anywhere, folks. Talk amongst yourselves. It should come on now. Unbelievable, Jeff. Is it on, Jilly? Is it on? Man alive. You know. There's a lot of sod's law goes into this, doing this, isn't there? So there's your scalloped engine cowls there. Listen to that hissing. Now you might hear a psst. Here we go. Yeah! Gonna have to ask one of our Dreamliner pilots just what the air escaping, or whatever that is, the pop-off of air that you hear just before the engines power up. If it was a Lancaster bomber, you'd know it was the brakes. I think it's something to do with some kind of relief valve or something with the engines. I think it's engine related. Pretty sure it's engine related. Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Come on. Anyone out there can tell me. Martin Smith saw a wizard on the #1 engine on the start of the takeoff. Wow. Mariana Etihad 787 next, and there she is, folks. Caught her landing about an hour or so ago. She was very quick to turn around. Oh, John Tasker, good wizard action on the Dreamer. There we go. Thank you, John. Sounds like a milk flow. Look, you got any yogurts? Okay, so nice power up. Double wizard. Les tuning in from Boston, somewhere we are very keen to visit. Jeff Anderson really likes Tui's Liverpool. Actually taking Jeff. Now I don't know if they're. I think Tui were running the Gen X engine on their Dreamliners. And I think that Etihad are the same, running the GE power plants. TCC can I'd imagine that a Dreamliner would be able to land at Skiathos, but I think it's just at least the 800, I would have thought. Listen out for it again, folks. I completely missed the wizard, but these guys are going to get a little bit of an engine blast here, look. Nice, cool, sorry, warm. Here we go. Oh yeah. See what I mean about the winglet, folks? Look at the winglet. Hadley, good afternoon to you. Jill Blakeney, the winglet is small compared to most others. Well, Jill, to be honest with you, the Dreamliner raked wingtip, as in the extension, is probably about the same length as most of these jets, just that it's flat rather than flicked. What's that? Is that red man or? Okay. Oh, his mum's in the garden. Oh, brilliant. Did you say Airbus Red Man, did you say? Airbus Red, okay. Okay, so he's, wow. He's flying out. San Sharma, EasyJet to Santorini. Captain Bob should do St. Martin, hang on the fence. Can't do it, Captain Bob, unfortunately. And not only that, but it would be far too dangerous for us. Mighty Enid. Okay. Yes. We've kind of coined that phrase ourselves, the wizard, haven't we? Which is pretty cool, to be honest with you. It's magic, Mark saying. Dave Yearsley. I can see you on the balcony from T3. Okay, well, how can I see him? Am I going to be able to see him? You'd have to flash your... Is that T3 that I'm looking at there? Or is it just that little tiny... No. You'd have to flash your phone or something, Dave. Stuart Watson, looking forward to the next location. Dave Yearsley. No, he said, I can see you on the balcony from T3. Okay. So, he's going to be around there somewhere then, is that what you're saying? Or is he maybe over there? It's not him. Is that him there? Postman Pat. There he is, he's flashing his lights, that's him. That is Dave Yearsley there. Postman Pat in his black and white cat, early in the morning. And it's definitely Dave Yearsley flashing his lights. Right, we got you, Dave. Back to work, don't want to get you in trouble, my old son. Fantastic, good to see you, Dave. TUI 737 MAX 8 on radar, Gulf Tums, T-U-M-S. Thank you, Ian. Peter Walmsley, great to see the heavies at Manchester. When I lived up there years ago, it was all BA 111s and 727s. Great coverage. Thank you very much indeed, Peter. There we go. Joe Thompson also confirmed me TUI MAX 8 on radar. Quackaholic, yes, the Neo does have that big jet sound, and it's like a mini set of gulpers, as I used to call them. We did. Oh yeah, it's got to be done, isn't it? Well, it would have been like that for about 40 minutes, but to be honest with you, Gilly, I thought, yeah, but I'll be honest with you, once it dropped off, you should have just stopped it. Should have just stopped it. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah. Well, they'll have a much better experience, wouldn't they? Hadley, missing Air New Zealand. Hadley, yes, of course we're missing Air New Zealand. Yeah. Just to watch anything like this. I'll go with what you say. Yeah. Eddie Cummings, I've just read the hissing noises, compressed air forced into the engine on hard throttle increases to assist in engine speed spooling up to save on fuel, keeping efficiency. There we go. So it is air being compressed and forced into the engine to speed up the spool up process. Well, there we go. Because don't forget that the interestingly enough, that the Gen X engine and the Rolls-Royce Trent engine are both electric start. They're not compressed air start engines like traditional engines.
Jeffrey Primus, does anyone know why the 737 in Lewiston, is that Idaho, or is that Indiana, went tail down on the tarmac during passenger disembarkation? Yes, I did read about that, Jeffrey, and that was literally down to the ground agents offloading the aircraft incorrectly. Obviously, you need to offload the back first, and I think they did it the opposite way around. Mark Hazel, any chance of a Scandinavian airport sometime? Yes, Mark. That's something that we'd like to do. Ben Brown saying, look at the tail registration. She's X2E Nordic. Max 8 Sierra Echo dash Romeo November Alpha. It's been covered over and is slightly different colour. Just a little factoid. John Grinham, thank you very much indeed. Dave Yearsley, mission complete. Hear him starting up the engine. Can you hear him starting up that number 2? There you go, folks. A perfect example of what I've talked about starting the number 2 engine. I think that was just as the APU was shutting down, that light flashed at us. I don't think it was the pilot. Actually probably would have fired up that number 2 engine using the other engine, because once one engine is powered up, that will fire up the other engine. So the APU is actually only used, I believe, for starting either the number 1 or number 2. Now, you see what I mean about the wingtip here, folks, the split scimitar. Now look at the end of the tops of each winglet. You'll see it's squared off. Now if you look at the 800 variant of the 737, it's got a flick at the top and the bottom as well. Obviously a design element that Boeing felt through their trials, that it was something that was beneficial to the aerodynamics of the wing. However, it's not something that they've adopted for the for the Max. And there you can see with the LEAP engine. Now look how high up that engine is above the wing. If you were to draw a line from the top of that engine to across the wing, you'd see it's quite clear that the pylon is virtually non-existent at the top. And they had to do that for ground clearance because they couldn't extend the aircraft upwards because they couldn't extend the undercarriage height. So the only way to counteract that was to put the wing up, the engine up higher, which is what caused the issues with the aerodynamic issues that caused the TCAS system to go no, TCAS is the avoidance system, isn't it? Collision avoidance system. It's the NCAS. So, was it NCAS? Anyway, it's all dealt with now. It's all sorted. Craig Whitmore, APU is used for electrical power and engine startup, and when one engine is started, they use bleed air to start the other engine. There we go. Craig explaining it quite clearly there, thank you. Skeet Springsteen, yes I did see that, my friend. I think they were slightly sponge things, weren't they? They weren't actually real mini rolls. Oh, are they? Oh, okay. What, actual physical Cadbury's mini rolls? Okay, fair enough. Good luck to him. And good luck to his gut lining and all those other bits and bobs that he's probably ruined for the next 10 years of his life. Rab H, it is. Yes, Ben Brown, TCAS. That's what I meant. There we go. Mighty Horsey, 737 on taxi out, uses APU bleed air to start the other engine. Okay, so it still has to run the APU even to start the second engine. I thought that the see Dave. I thought that the second engine could be started off of the first engine. Because let's face it, the APU is actually a jet engine, is it not? So I was under the impression that once one engine had been started, the second engine could be started using the other engine that is already running by way of bleed air. I know that the Dreamliner 787 has a dual engine electric start capability, so they fire up both at the same time. I'm pretty sure that most aircraft who roll out, taxi out with one engine disabled and then start that disabled engine as they're coming out, obviously to save fuel,
You know, it's a fuel saving exercise that the airlines have adopted over the years, because obviously you only need one engine to taxi on, because it has obviously the capability of taxiing on one engine. But I was under the impression that the APU would be shut down on its way out once the number one engine or number two engine had been started, and then the other redundant engine that wasn't running at the time could be fired up using the engine that's running, if you see what I mean. Cool, Bennett got there in the end. Mighty Horsey, it could use the air from the other engine, but you'd have to increase power on it and you'd be taxiing very quickly. Ah, okay. So there we go. There we go. My voice went chipmunk, apparently, just then. Joe Thompson, I think we can all, we all know, let's just look at it from a worst case scenario point of view, that if one of the Maxes was to get into difficulty, the simplicity of it is there's two switches which turn the auto systems off, and then you just fly the aircraft manually. That is how that could have been avoided. Both of those incidents could have been avoided, and that was more down to educating the flight crews. Unfortunately, it's all good and well and said now, isn't it? Rick Van Noort, bleed air pressure from the first engines. Bleed air pressure from the first engine isn't high enough when on idle. Requires about 50% power setting. Wow. Yes, which would be unsafe for ground personnel and pushback. Okay, so Rick and others, basically what you're saying is that number one engine will be started using the APU or ground APU if it's redundant. If the engine's APU is redundant, if the aircraft's APU is redundant or unserviceable, then the ground power unit, the GPU, will start up both engines at gate. Alternatively, APU starts number one or number two, and then they keep the APU running, start the number two engine on taxi, and then shut the APU down. Is there a lengthy procedure to shutting the APU down? Is there a process, or is it literally APU disabled, a switch? Simple as that. I don't know. Quite interesting to know that. Mark Marchington, my understanding is as long as there is bleed air source, it doesn't matter what it is, APU, cart or main engine. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. I know there's a lot of pilots and a lot of folks on here who know their stuff, so I'll go by what you says. By what you says? Mark Lambert, Jerry, your recent trips inspired me to get on a plane for the first time in a year this week. Watched Skiathos during the flight and then landing in Nice. An AM124 was impressive in real. Wow, there we go, Mark. Hope you enjoyed your time. And yes, just keep doing it. Cheap flights are cheap, you know. I don't think that there's going to be any marked increase at the moment in flights until, of course, potentially. Well, hopefully the fuel crisis will be dealt with, and that'll all be out of the way.
before these airlines start running out of Jet A1, because a lot of airlines they hedge their fuel by way, I mean, of they buy it in futures. So British Airways, I believe, bought a lot of their fuel in futures, which cost them a lot of money actually. Fortunately, Virgin didn't do that, but yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that in a little bit because he's about 50 miles out. Years ago we were on a 747 and its APU packed up. We were started using another jet's APU. Imagine Truella. How on earth would that happen? You'd have to literally run the cables. It's almost like jump leads, isn't it? Because ground power, you normally always see ground power being hitched up to aircraft whilst they're on the ground, and whilst there is no power being delivered by way of an APU. So, but I'm quite surprised that another aircraft had to supply the power to start that aircraft. Wow. So there was no other APU or no other ground power unit or ground power supply to start that aircraft. Blimey. Come on, sir. A non-max variant. See the flicks on the winglet? See the hair flick? That's an 800, I think. Might be able to see the flick, the hair flicks when we when it turns side onto us. Eve Hosgood. I have been to Iceland. It's not that cold actually, temperature-wise, due to the Gulf Stream. Oh, hello. Hello. He's a big lad coming round the corner, look. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, get sharing. Share the feed now. If you're into sharing, or even if you're not into sharing, try it out if you like, because whoever you share this to will be, I'd imagine, pleasantly surprised if it's their first time seeing a huge aeroplane like this. I just want to see if I can see the flicks on that. See the way the end of of each winglet there. I think he's hanging around for this little fella. Now you're going to get a size comparison, ladies and gentlemen, because this little 320 is going to taxi past the 380, and the 380 is going to probably pull in behind him. Still doing speed brake checks. Craig Whitmore used to like the start-up sound of the 737-200 Pratt & Whitney JT8D15s. Wow. Yeah, we're talking about low bypass ratio turbo fans then, wouldn't they have been? Those old JT8Ds. The big tubular, long, thin tubular engines on the 737. And same with the sort of like the DC-8s and the 707s. I know there were Conways and all that sort of stuff, but in fact, I think the 707s originally were JT3Ds before they moved to the Rolls-Royce Conway engine. But anyway, come on 380. Get him behind him so we can get a good idea. Oh, Neil Whiteley, APU is pretty much an on-off switch. There we go. Activate.
Oh, this is Airbus Red. This is our man, folks. Is he a first officer, did you say, Gilly? One of our members on Big Jet TV is on board the flight deck of this leading aircraft, folks. So we should theoretically get a wave. He's a long-term member on Big Jet TV, and hopefully he's not going to intersect. Hopefully he'll come all the way down here. I just want to know which side of the cockpit he's on, whether he's on the left or the right. Well, I am waving now. There it is, there it is. Yeah, we got waves from both of them. Brilliant. Fantastic. He's going to blast them, look, he's going to blast them. Done it on purpose. That is really cool, isn't it? Turned and burned and all. Chaps, here comes the big fella. Difficult to sort of like film this. The only reason I'm saying it is because I want to get all of it in, but I also want to do some close-ups as well. I want to tell you a story. Nipples or not? What's that?
Marker
Oh, cheers,
I was
man.
in London last weekend.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. If you're up in the Southport and you want a game of golf, let me know.
I'll take you up on that. Thanks, man.
I can't get in, it's too busy.
Cheers, man. It's creeping down here, so we've got time for this Jet 2 737. Going full length. Look at the size of these big, beautiful engine. Trent 900s probably, GPWs possibly, but because I know that Emirates have a mixed fleet of engine type on their 380s. Shots like that. That's a big lump in it. Hopefully it'll hold. Yeah. Yes. Got something approaching. Do.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Nice. Four.
Oh! Okay.
Kevin Barnett brings back memories of flying on a 380 to Singapore with Emirates. Wayne Dyer flew to Australia on one of these beaches a few years ago and loved it. Rav H, such a great spot for close-ups. Chicky Armitage, Joe Thompson.
Oh yeah!
So we just don't noticed it before.
Yeah. Look at the size of the wing. Just look at the size of it. the fairing of the wing. Look at it. I mean, Yes.
Oh, is he? Oh, there we go, yeah.
Well, it's old and worn out, that Expo thing now, isn't it? They got to get rid of that and clean up their 380s. Look at that. Now, oh, they're going to get a blast here. They're going to get a blast here. Here we go. I am as well. Look at the grass blowing, man. Oh, here we go, look. There's grass everywhere and it's coming towards me. Here it comes. Wow. Look at all the folks.
Nice. Should make a right turn, Clyde. Where's he gone, that fella? Hopefully he's left his number and all the details in there, I'd imagine. She's gone. She's gone. Okay, come on then, little CFM 56 power 737. Let's get it on. Through the gate. Shot of the day, magic bootle lad. Oh, Jeffrey Primus. An ad popped up on YouTube, Jimmy, just as it was spawning up. What the? Yeah, but. Sorry, Jeffrey, there's nothing we can do about that. That's just YouTube. And to be honest with you, if you were... take care, drive safely back. What? Oh, couple more hours. Thank you, man. Take care. Suzanne whips perfection. Vicky Denning. Wow. Joan Curry takes my breath away every time one of those rises up. Yeah, here we go. Come on, mate. Through the gate. I mean, folks, I know the 380 was mighty impressive. Always will be, one of those awesome sights. It's like in aviation terms, it's the one of the eight wonders of the world, 8 wonders of the aviation world, so to speak. But when you look at when the Qatar 777 comes out, that's also an absolutely awesome sight because, of course, it only has 2 engines. It's a smaller aircraft in terms of fuselage diameter, but in terms of its length, it is I think almost as long. Not that far shorter than the 380, but with those big, beautiful GE 115B engines. The up-rated one of the engine of the 90 type, obviously to handle the additional weight, and so that's why you find the 115Bs on the ER and the 200 freighters, and also on the 777-300 ERs as well. Scooter Springsteen, very cool shot. One world, we are capable of amazing things. That plane is one of them. There we go. He said it all there. One world. Ian Morrison, nice shot. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Still doesn't beat a VS 747 next to the fence. Lee Russell. That was one of our moments in time that we will never forget as a group here, wouldn't it be? Thank you very much, Jill Blakeney. You and Lee also got an ad come up. That's kind of, what can you do? Thank you. Chicky Armitage, Martin Smith, Dick Dastardly, Cassandra. San Sharma, Mark Chandler. Bit of fishing glass out of your pint glass. Grass out of your pint glasses now. Chicky Armitage, thank you. TCC, Paul Skilling. Mirrorman, A380 getting as graceful as the 747. I don't know. Don't think anything will ever sort of like grace the skies as perfectly as the jumbo jet.
TUI 767, 17 minutes away. Marjana saying, is that the same 767 that we saw go out early on in the show today, folks? Ben Brown, looks like that pop-up was a across the board sort of like ad that he got it at the bottom of the screen. So I'm sorry, folks. On behalf of YouTube, I do apologise. There's no control. We have absolutely no control over what YouTube does. San Sharma, as a 747 devotee, even I have to say I'm getting a soft spot for the A380. You've got to admire the A380, haven't you? In terms of its sheer size and just overall everything about it. It's quite a surprise, to be honest with you, that it isn't an American aircraft. It isn't a Boeing aircraft, because it is the kind of thing that Boeing would like to have made. So what did they do? They just went all out and made the 747-8, which was just as beautiful, well, a lot more beautiful as far as I'm concerned than an A380. I love the A380, I'm going to say that. I love the 747-8. I think it is a great shame that over time we're going to see the demise of the four-engine jets. It's certainly, in terms of future designs of aircraft, it's all the super twins now. Carriers are just not interested in any way, shape or form in the four-engine variety. However, Emirates are pretty much committed into their four-engine program with the A380. So I'm guessing there's a possibility also that their fuel may be considerably cheaper than what it costs, for example, the people further out to the west. Possibly, I don't know. But I think the UAE is quite a considerable contributor in terms of fuel, is it not? So therefore, potentially, the A380 maybe, well, Emirates may be able to not spend as much money on fuel as some of the other airlines. Rab H, I actually saw the A380 coming in and going out. Has to be a first time. John Grinham loved the British Airways livery on the 737. There we go. Still running one of those down in South Africa, aren't they, or something like that? I think it's some kind of a regional setup that they've got down there. Rab H, my ad blocker did its job. There we go. Blimey, Lee Russell upgraded to superclass. Thank you, Lee. Great upgrade. Thank you, my friend. Wow. Craig Whitmore, premium member on YouTube, so it doesn't get adverts properly. Yeah, I think yeah, Adam Truella. I think that's quite a commonly played video, isn't it, of the A380 family jet doing literally an air display, which it does defy the laws of physics in so many ways, but it just goes to show how strong these aircraft are built. Brutal had 777 pure muscle. It is, that is what it is. Craig Whitmore, which do you prefer, old analog cockpits or glass cockpits? Craig, I love the old analog cockpits. I love going on board in museums and getting the smell, getting the whole, you know, all that, the smell of the cockpit from days gone by. You know, like if you go on board the VC-10, for example. But I love the cleanliness and the. I wouldn't want to be flying on an aircraft that has analog displays like the AM124, for example, but obviously they're built very tough. I mean, obviously the AM124 does have some glass in it, but it is very, very smart, the layout of these new cockpits, you know, especially the A350 and the 787. I think he's going out. Is he going? Melody's a premium. The Lowy family, good afternoon to you. Great show already. Thank you very much indeed, the Lowy family. Alexander Wood, Craig Whitmore. I used to like all the dials on the old 737-200 compared to the screens you have on the NG 737s and now the Max 345. Some had analog engine instruments. Yeah, of course, don't forget back in the old days with the DC-8s, 727s and the like, you had an onboard flight engineer as well. So there was a whole engineers panel which looked at all the engine parameters, which was especially on Concorde. When you look at Concorde's flight engineer panel, it was just incredible. But the most important thing for flight engineers was fuel balance, balancing the fuel. So they would move fuel from say outer tanks to inner tanks to maximise the efficiency of the aircraft. But that, of course, is all automated now. Big Mac, good afternoon to you, Big Mac. He's chilling out. Doug Foley, welcome Doug to Big Jet TV. He's a new member. Come in and say hello, Doug. Always great to know where you guys are from, what you're interested in, the you know what's happening in your local area, any news that you want to discuss, any factoids that you want to bring to the party in terms of like stuff that we don't know, or stuff that we already know but you want to discuss it more, etc, etc. I'm always up for that, folks. Don't ever feel don't ever question yourself about whether you want to ask a question or anything like that, because even what some people would classify as a sort of like amateur question, to me nothing is amateur. It's all relevant and all deserves discussion. Ranger Craig, loving the close-up shots today, can't wait to get them myself at some point. Ranger Craig, yes, well, down there on the fence line you can experience all of that. Rab H2 767 now 14 miles out. Craig Whitmore loving the sound of these LEAP engines. A thing of beauty when you look at them when the fan blades are not rotating. When you see these, they're literally works of art. I mean, you could have one fan blade in your living room on a pedestal, and anyone who came round your house would be probably quite impressed. They'd probably say, "What the hell's that?" And then when you tell them, they'll be like, "Wow, really?"
So the simplistic way to describe what that noise is when the 787 goes out, that noise is the bleed air being blown to speed up the spool process. The spool is actually a shaft. When an engine spools up, that means that that shaft rotation, and of course the fan blades are attached to that shaft as well. So it's just very interesting to now know that that is almost a bit like, you know, in simplistic terms, one of those sort of like, you know, little windmills that you used to have as a kid, and you held it in front of your face and you blew it, and it rotated. That is more or less the simplicity of it, although it's I don't know if it's blown into the bleed air is blown into or forced into the turbine part of the engine, the low pressure turbine perhaps. And that is to speed up the spool process, or help the engine in its spool process, and to minimise or to take out any chance of the engine stalling. Daniel Brandlin is back. Daniel, a very warm welcome back. Melanie Lester, thoroughly enjoyed today's show. The mix of aircraft types and the close-up make this my favourite location. There we go. Well, you've got a big thank you, Melanie, to the folks here at the airport pub. Oh, Daniel. No. I can't have done it. I sent him yesterday. Oh, Daniel's received his t-shirts already. Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's great, Daniel. Packed by yours truly. 767 with Tui. Look at this. Lovely old girl. Look. See, now I think that is a Pratt & Whitney powered aeroplane. Please tell me I'm right, because otherwise, wow, look at the wing just completely lose all of its lift. Is that a PW 4000 powered jet? Oh, they are CF6. Okay, well then that completely blows out the whole, because the CF6s that were powering that 330 earlier had the spike at the back. These ones didn't have the spike at the back because they were covered by the exhaust nozzle. So what I'm talking about with the spike, folks, is you can see there's a little spike there, which is the exhaust nozzle. And I did actually look online, and both the CF6 and the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 engines come in a couple of different guises. So it is very, very difficult, unless you are literally looking at air fleets, to physically identify a Pratt & Whitney versus a CF6 engine. So these are CF6s on this aircraft, even though they don't have that exhaust
cone at the back, which we're kind of used to seeing on some of them. So different variants, different models of the CF6 and the Pratt & Whitney. So that's something, it's literally, for me, it's guesswork. But for you, it's different because obviously you've got all the tools at hand with air fleets and so on and so forth. But for me, it's difficult because I'm obviously doing all of this. Good to see and hear that Jet2 apparently still operating their 757s out of Manchester. Apparently one went out at early doors this morning. We missed it, of course, but it's still great to see that they're operating them for the time being, at least. Yeah. Gotta say, a big shout out to all of our friends here at the airport pub. Look at that ramo with people now, and nicely spaced out as well. You're not all packed into a beer garden, like sardines. It's a great place for the kids to come and enjoy their time, and for parents to have a mingle and a chat whilst the kids go off and play. Richard Fleer's getting whiffs of jet fuel through the stream. I wish we could. Greased it, Smoky Joe. Joe Maggio, loving that, thank you, Joe. Hans Olaf Mork, when is Jerry going to do a live stream from London City? Well, that's actually a very good question, Hans, because Hodgie actually mentioned the other week that all of a sudden London City has gone right up in terms of its movements. So as a result of that, I think that we can now start looking at and planning a future London City show. Richard Schroeder, there we go. Love the Concorde engineer panel with the cap bills stuck in them after cool down from the Mac. Yes, expansion and contraction of that aircraft purely down to its airspeed, didn't it? It just because the aircraft outside got so hot, it expanded massively and contracted obviously once it came out of Mach. And down to a more manageable speed, the panels would actually expand and contract. Didn't we see that? Didn't we see that aircraft go out about 2 hours ago, Jelly? I need to do it. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I'll tell you what I am going to do quickly. I'm going to do a quick check on the battery. 22%, so we're all right at the moment, mate. Yeah, well, that's doing well, that battery. San Sharma 2E 767 GOBYG, go big or go home. I love that. That's fantastic. Eddie Cummings just got an advert, and it's his first time ever. Okay. Well, folks, you know, trust me. If we had a capability or some ability to contact YouTube on Monday morning and say, hey, listen, I want you to give all of my members a credit or something like that, because you threw an advert in there. If they were forced to do that, then perhaps they would update their systems and make them more manageable in terms of, or should I say, more reliable, so that they wouldn't have to do that. So, you know, it's a little bit unfair, and I do think, and I am sorry that it's happened, but really, folks, it's completely out of our control. Mac Cat Lady. Mac Cat Lady missed the 380 going out, unfortunately.
But I think Mac Cat Lady was here for the early part of the show this morning, which was bish, bosh, bash. Look at these big engines, man. You see how Airbus, fortunately for them, they have a very tall undercarriage. So there's a lot of height, ground clearance with the minibus variant. So therefore, fitting a bigger engine was not a major issue with them. I think they may have extended the undercarriage length very slightly. But as you can see, when you compare that to the Max, look how low the engine is on the below the wing. The engine cowl is below the wing. When you look at the Max, it's a completely different thing altogether. So effortless, isn't it? I think one of the most aggressive departures from Skiathos was that British Airways in Brea. I was not expecting. I think I even stood there and said, it shouldn't be that bad because it's only a couple of CF-34s. And it was, I did, didn't I? And it literally blew me sideways, man. The thing is that when you're doing something like that, it's not like you can turn away. You've got to keep your eye. Wow, that was a short separation. You've got to keep your eye on the ball and eye on the subject. It was hard going, but it was worth it. Aer Lingus. He's got a plaster on his number one, look. Playing in the sand again. What's happened? What's happened? I don't know. I don't know. Got 2 ports pinging. Right. Is it all right? Did it? Ian Snelling, as of the 21st of September, British Airways still have 74 aircraft inactive. Interesting. Not including the E190s, 18 319s, 18 320s and 18 321s, all CEOs, 777-200 ERs, 1787-800 from the LHR incident, and 12 A380s. Wow. Okay. So now, folks, this is what I'm going to show you now. What I was talking about. If you remember what we saw with the Neo just now, with the Airbus A320 Neo, you see how normal, I should say, nothing spectacular in terms of its design, with the engine mounting, which is the pylon, which is the piece that, it's the component that attaches the engine to the wing. It's called the pylon. Now you'll see here how the engine is actually lifted and kicked up quite a lot. The pitch of it
it pitches up, and also the pylon is very skinny at the top. In fact, it's non-existent at the top of the engine, so they've had to completely redesign the whole pylon assembly and lift the engine up in order to give it that ground clearance. Now that, if you can imagine if the wind approaching, going head on at the aircraft, it's not so noticeable from this, where you can see it when it turns on to me there. Okay, so see how high the engine is. So that has obviously gone some way to upsetting the airflow from the engine cowl over the wing, and that is the reason why the TCAS system was so much to sort of like, I wouldn't say blame, but was a contributory factor, because the pitch of all of that together, the aerodynamics interfered with the flight of the aircraft. So it always wanted to pitch up, and that's why the automatic systems on board the aircraft would pitch it nose down. So that's why it constantly wanted to dive. That has all been sorted out now. Everything about that has all been sorted out now. So all the automated systems on board, and there's fail-safe systems as well, of course. So, but we'll have a closer look at that in a minute. Jamie Brazier, thank you. See what I mean? MCAS, did I say MTCAS? Yeah, MCAS. Sorry. MCAS, yeah, sorry. Sorry, Em. But there you go, you see, folks. So see how the engine is above the aerofoil, i.e. the wing. Or the leading edge of it is not so much high pitched above it, but it's just much higher than normal, and they needed to do that in order to give it the ground clearance because of the already very low slung undercarriage. Another one, blimey. Very, very close spacing, man. Of course, those vortex generators are not a feature on the Max anymore either. Scott Toppler, yeah. Yes, the engines on the 737 Max very much adopting the scalloped style of the Gen X and the Trent 1000 engine. San Sharma, some very tight ATC operations today, they are. John Greer, Boeing wanted the commonality of the legacy 737 and the MAX to handle the same way. When they didn't, they tried to fix it with the MCAS system instead of changing the airframe. Yeah. Well, they wanted it to handle the same way, but when they put the new engines on it, it didn't handle the same way, so they tried to fix it with MCAS. Here comes the Qatar 777, ladies and gentlemen. Now watch this for a big bird. Listen out for the spool up on this thing. There's nothing like the big bad 777. Thank you, Trev. Billy the Bruiser coming down the street. Thanks, man. You guys were down at Heathrow, weren't you?
We were in the paddock last week.
There we go.
We weren't stalking you, promise. Just there for the weekend.
I know.
We had to meet you.
It's like the Alan Partridge show, isn't it? Aye. Jet 2 727, yeah? I just want to get this big old boiler. Just got to get this trip on, yeah. Look at his big feet, look. GE115Bs. Visibly larger engine than Trent 8s. Got a wave. A big juicy undercarriage on him, look. Oh, there's nothing better. Look at a flap setting on that. Hopefully some more grass coming our way. No, maybe not. Listen to this, folks. Listen to this. Looks like a new aeroplane, that as well. Got a little black book with my poems in. Got a bag, got a toothbrush and a comb. I'll be dark sometime. Throw me a bone. I got elastic bands keeping the shoes on. Airbus A320 and Neo, nice! Turn it, baby, turn it. What's that? Telephone to you. Stuart Frodsham, 4 years old, that chocolate. Well, that's what comes with being located in a climate like it is, you know, like nice and dry and sunny and hardly any, no sort of like, you know, wet and miserable weather like here in the UK. Aaron, is it Aaron? Welcome, Aaron. He's a new member on Big Jet TV. Turkish 1995 A321 Neo from Istanbul. There we go. Marjana, TUI 737 Max on radar. Jeffrey Primus, thank you. Marco Meldrew. Issue with Max was that MCAS only took angle of attack from one side. When that presented inaccurate data, MCAS kicked pitch down sadly. Now uses both angle of attack sensors and I think synthetic too, plus other changes. There we go. Yeah. Crazy. Why would it only take from one side? But there we go. It is what it is. Marco, thank you for putting us straight on that one. San Sharma, Emirates 380 already over Holland. Wow. Unmistakable sound of a Neo.
Is it? Oh. Oh, that's definitely a reason to go out there, Chile, man. Oh, totally, mate. Totally. Was that 321 on its flight limit? Captain Bob. Henk Buissink, Schiphol Terrace finally open again today. Henk, you know what? That is just fantastic news. That's the kind of news that really starts to make us feel all warm and cuddly inside. Just because it just means that it's not. Yeah, when I went there last summer, it was desolate inside the airport. Do you remember me going in the airport, Gillian? There was just no flights. Yeah, there was no one around, so that's great news. Yeah, that's really good sign, that is. So much so that you could almost, you know, go and spend the day there, just on the terrace itself. You know what I mean? Yeah, 100%. See you, mate. Thank you. Little jet, but it's got big engines, isn't it? Goes like something off a shovel, doesn't it? That's nuts. Look at him go, man. Look at him go. Yeah. Straight off the ramp, look. Nice. That's why I wouldn't mind flying one of those little things, you know, if I was a pilot. There's that seat of the pants stuff, isn't it? Power to weight ratio like a Formula One car. Rob Campbell, welcome back, Rob. XP for extra powerful, I think, or extra power. By heck.
He's got. Okay, I've got him. Yeah. Qatar. RM is designed by the airline, not Boeing. What's this that Richard's mentioning there? RM is designed by the airline, not Boeing. What are those on the side of the aircraft at the front? Always remind me of old Wild West bullet holes. Most of them mostly on EasyJet planes. Yeah, they're well, there's a number of different systems on board the aircraft, which there's static ports. There's also well, they're basically static ports. Google it, but you'll also see that there are the angle of attack sensors as well, pitot tubes for airspeed. A number of different static port down there, angle of attack sensors, pitot tubes and stuff like that going on there, hot water outlet, masts for communications, and satellite navigational stuff, all kinds of things bristling off the fuselage top and bottom. Something over the top of me I would have been able to grab. When is it? Okay, I think, folks, we're going to be closing on a 757. Is that Jet 2, yeah? Or is it TUI? It's Jet 2, yeah? It's TUI. It's TUI. Okay. Jet TUI. Possibility that we're closing the show out on a 757 due out to Pathos, folks. So, and that will, I don't know whether that's RB211 or I imagine it's TUI. Could be either. Could be either. Oh, Joe Thompson, Jet 2 757 due in 25 minutes. WMF just placed an order for a hoodie and a coffee mug. I start my Saturday mornings with Java and Jerry. There we go. Wherever you, if you're based overseas, WMF, isn't that a very expensive, isn't WMF a very expensive old China, WMF glass or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, if you're outside Europe, WMF, I will be packaging that and sending it out myself. Scott Topley, TUI 757G Oscar Bravo Papa will soon be converting to a freighter with DHL. Oh, it's good to see that they're carrying on in service. Bootle lads, loving the viewing spot. Alan James, that's very kind of you, thank you. I've been through a CRM for maintenance, all been designed by the airline. Same with pilots. Okay. Joe Thompson, thank you very much indeed, and great to see you guys here as well. I'll be honest with you, you are what keep me going, and what, to be honest with you, that 7 hours has just got flown by. We did, of course, if you were with us earlier on, we did have a panic moment, and if it wasn't for Martin, what was his name, Julie? Martin Stagg. If it wasn't for Martin Stagg, ladies and gents, I wouldn't be here now. I would be probably almost home by now. But because of Martin Stagg, unfortunately, I came unequipped with my usual charger lead. I've always got a spare in the bag, but because during the process of splitting the bag down from ski athos and moving things around, the charger lead got left out of the bag. I usually do a double check, but I may have even done last night, but you know, still yesterday was a little bit delayed because of the fact that we had problems in the edit suite, blah blah blah. It's sort of like one thing led to another, so there's a reason why that may have got overlooked. But a big thank you to Martin Stagg for driving out from his home, which is about 30 minutes away, and bringing us that power lead. More than happy to post it to you, Martin, if you can't make it, because I know you've got to come back out here to pick it up later on. So let me know. Otherwise, we'll leave it here behind the jump with the folks at the Boozer. Bev Slaughter, a German tableware manufacturer. Okay. WMF. No, WMF. I'm pretty sure. Let me just have a look. It's a very. No. If you put WMF Antiques, WMF Antiques in, silver plate. It's silver plated. WMF is a very famous manufacturer from the olden days of silver antiques, 1900 to 1940. Antique WMF. It's German, isn't it? Oh, there we go. I think she said Württembergisch metal Verden fabric metalware. So that's basically what it stands for. I think she was right there. Württembergisch metalware Frankfurt is a German tableware manufacturer. Bev Slaughter, yeah. So silverware manufacturer, I think. Gerald Mark Jen, thank you very much indeed. You keep me going, folks. Trust me, it's a joint effort between us all here on the show, and you know, when I got up at 3 o'clock this morning to
to get myself all freshened up and ready to travel up here. 3 hours on the road. It spurs me on when I think about what I'm coming here for, and that is to firstly see planes, but also just as importantly to talk to you lot, to see you guys, you know, which is why it was very disappointing when I realised that I hadn't brought the charger lead with me this morning. What a stupid buy. Christopher Way, thank you very much indeed. I nominate Martin Stagg for the most valuable player today, Keith Cornell. Thank you, Marco Meldrew. Sam Tweedale, can anyone advise me on a flight sim, please? Sam, there are lots of people in here who would be able to. Depends on how far you want to go on it, Sam, to be honest with you. There are some fantastic apps available on your phone if you just want to start off that way, and trust me, there are some really good apps that are available. What was the one that I was using, Jelly? I can never believe it. Flight simulator on the phone, the one on the phone. Infinite flight. You might want to try that one. You know, they're a great bunch of guys as well that run Infinite Flight. I think they're from the UK, but try it out. So Bev, if you want whatever level you want to go to, if you want to go right to the top, then obviously Microsoft Flight Sim is the most expensive. Lots of add-ons and stuff like that. But the great thing with the phone is that you can just hold it in your hands, have a little bit of a play if you're sitting in an airport waiting or something like that. Obviously, you would need access to 4G or whatever it is. See, now this is interesting. Peregrine Bush has also mentioned that the US Air Force has chosen Rolls-Royce's North American division to supply F-130 turbofans to re-engine its fleet of B-52 bombers. But what we were discussing earlier is it is actually the CF-34 engine, which is a General Electric power plant. So unless there's some kind of deal that Rolls-Royce have done with GE, I'm not sure how that whole thing plays out, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. But if you've seen the CF-34 engine powering the Embraer, amongst others, there is a military variant of the CF-34 which powers the A10 Warthog as well. But interestingly enough, that is the power plant that they have agreed on. The F-130 turbofan, which is actually a CF-34. So that's what I don't quite. Yeah. So if you look on geaviation.com and look, GE is B-52 ready for the world's most critical mission. Fly through of the CF-34-10 engine. Let's just see if it mentions the one. What did he say there? The F-130 turbofan. Let's just Google that. Hold on a minute. F-130 Tottenham? I don't think so. So the F-130 turbofan is the Rolls-Royce BR700. The Rolls-Royce BR700 family of turbofan engines powers regional jets and corporate jets. Okay, well, that can't be right then, can it? Major applications: Bombardier Global Express, Boeing 717 and the Gulfstream 5. Okay, Rolls-Royce BR700 family of turbo engine powers regional jets and corporate jets. The military designation of the series is the F-130. So I'm completely confused here, ladies and gentlemen, because obviously there's two of you folks have said about the about Rolls-Royce being the
winning the contract. But then there's also, on the flip side, another mention of the CF34-10 being, you know what I think it is? I think this is possibly a not so much an announcement, but what GE have had ready as a power plant to offer up as the new power plant for the B-52. But it certainly seems that it's Rolls-Royce who've won the contract. The BR700 engine, which, like I said, it powers Global Express and the Gulfstream 5, but there is the military application, which is the F-130. So congratulations to Rolls-Royce. There we go. British engineering at its best. Congratulations, Rolls-Royce. Peter L, can I have a bumper sticker, please, down here? Okay, down where? South Africa? Australia? Andy Matthews, UAE 18 now in Germany. Margaret Byrne. Too much on your mind, Jerry, take it easy. Margaret loved the show in Greece. The excitement was brilliant. I got back and my neighbours were, they said we couldn't believe you were doing that. But yeah. Mark Chandler, there we go. Thank you very much indeed. Jeffrey Primus, wonderful show as always. Darren Emerton, enjoyed the Manchester show today. Made me realise I must get up there for another visit myself, not been since 2018. Oh, is that you? I can give you a sticker, but not a bumper sticker. Is that enough? Do you want me to throw it from here? Like confetti? Of course you can. Didn't I give you? Oh, I said I didn't have any, didn't I? Yes, and you know what? I did. Because I completely forgot that I had that in the back of the bag.
What's that little pub? Is it the green?
Are we ready? Ready?
We were enjoying the
Ah, you could have caught all of them, man.
We were enjoying the Green Man pub last week. Nice pub, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great, man. It's great. Hey, did you ever watch Alan Partridge?
Yes.
Do you remember the Stalker one? It's great you know what I'm talking about. There you go, man. Oh, look at that. What a shot. Thanks, man. I'll take you up on that golf as well one day, man. I will. What'd you play off? What'd you play off?
It was 8.4, but I'm up 9.6 now.
Oh, you are. Good, good.
Bandit, really.
Ooh, that's good, man. Nice.
Today I had a 9 on the card.
Yeah, well, I'm off 13.6 playing 14 now, so.
Oh, well. Yeah, I said I'd give Terry, I'll speak to Terry after as well.
Oh, he plays as well, does he?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay, we'll get out for a game. Mike is a new member on Big Jet TV. Welcome, Mike, good to see you here. And Gavin Card. It's all gone quiet here at Manchester. I think all we're waiting for is a 757. Yes, Scotty Topley. It does fly by. Literally, I lose count of how many times a week I say to Jilly, what day is it? You know, but it is a crazy how time flies. Oh, Bev, I'm a bloke. Easy mistake. Sorry, Bev. Did I say? Did I say Bev was a lady? I'm a lady. Twice. Oh, I'm sorry, Bev. Okay, inbound. We have one inbound. Ronald Coles would really love to meet you one day at Frankfurt. Ronald, next time I'm there, make sure you come out and say hello. It'd be great to meet you. San Sharma, didn't know that Manchester had this much traffic. Absolutely fantastic show. Yes, folks, just make sure when you do come up here, obviously, you know, you've got the option of going down to the runway visitors park, the RVP, which is literally just down the road. You can actually see it from here, and they are great. They've got a great facility down there, but if you also want to come up this end, depends on which direction the aircraft are operating on, to be honest with you. To be perfectly frank, even though my name's not Frank, we were planning on being down at the RVP this morning, and I've obviously got to speak to the folks down there to apologise for the no-show, because we were expecting the aircraft to be approaching from the other end. As it transpires, it's this end today. Is this 23 or 05? Julie, I can never remember. It's 23, isn't it? Yeah. What time does 757 due out, Angela? Do we know? Oh, okay, I'm with you, yeah. Christopher Wade, does it cost to go into the visitors area? Are you talking about here, Christopher? And if you are, then it costs you absolutely nothing to go into this. This is all part of the public house, all part of the pub. If it's cold here, you can get yourself underneath the hangar there, where they've got heating and of course glazing there as well. It's well ventilated as well, as you can see. It's got sliding panels on there as well. And there's a bar down there, so you don't have to go inside the pub if you don't want to. You will have to park here. Parking rates are very, very reasonable, as they are anywhere. You have to park up at the RVP as well, but you can stay for as little as sort of like or a couple of hours if you wanted to. And I think it's I did actually get isn't it funny? Yeah, £1.80 up to an hour, £3.50 up to 2 hours. I think that's £6.40 up to 3 hours. Up to 4 hours, £7, £9 for 5 hours. I mean, you're not going to be here for more than 9 hours, are you? 9 hours, blimey. Pretty committed, I guess. Okay, so this is Jet 2737. Now you see, look at the engine, how low the engine is slung compared to the MAX. You see what I'm talking about there. Boot will have very much appreciated Jerry Interesting Dyer. Never been called that before. I wish some of me teachers could see me now. Odette, yes, it is. It is. Very funny. Maggie, if I had to get up at 3 a.m, I'd forget everything. It's all about preparation, isn't it? And that's one thing that I didn't quadruple check. Because when I go overseas with me, of course, I take everything, literally. I tear the kitchen sink out, you know, everything comes out of me, literally. So I can't, there's nothing that I can leave at home, really. Spitfire RAF 100 Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I mean, if you're really into something with major graphics, you've got a big PC, you've got a big screen, you need a very powerful PC, of course, to run Microsoft Flight Sim. Very powerful. To be perfectly honest with you, a lot of people use their PC as a standalone to run their
Yeah, to run their flight simulators from, because it does obviously take up a hell of a lot of RAM and memory and all that kind of stuff. He's struggling to run it on a sort of standard PC. He's sticking all over the place. So you know, there's all those things to consider. If you've got the money to burn, then by all means go ahead and do that. But if you're a bit like me and sort of like the novelty tends to wear off after a little while, rather than spending a whole load of money, just download the app. Download one of the apps. There's quite a few of them to choose from, of course. Yeah, give it a try, see how you feel. If you don't like it, then you haven't forked out, like, how much is Microsoft Flight Sim? Oh, blimey. A couple of grand. No. Yeah, the game's cheap, but the computer system and all that, I reckon you got to spend. Oh, of course. Okay, so you can buy it. You can use it on Xbox One now, and Xbox whatever it is, you know, the latest variant of Xbox. About 600-700 quid it's going to cost you at the end of the day, I think, once everything, you know, and then you're going to get the control pad, you know, then you might want to get some different controllers and stuff like that, so you can end up add-ons and things like that. Yeah, software add-ons, you could end up spending quite a lot of money. Rab H, is it possible to freshen up at 3 AM? No, I'm not going to East Midlands on my way home. Flipping it. Really? Oh, okay. Infinite Flight based in LA, but have a few guys from the UK. There we go. Are the aircraft there taking off and landing with a tailwind today? Jason Nicol. No, it's a headwind. We were looking at the winds being in the opposite direction last night when we looked at it, but it has changed. Alan James, history of Hans von Ohain of Germany was the designer of the first operational jet engine. Would have that been the engine that powered the ME 262, possibly? Very short operational life. I said not going to EMA, folks. N-O-T. Got another show in the pipeline with East Midlands at the moment. Stand by on that one. We'll obviously let you know. Just waiting for a feedback from one of our contacts. V9 Unity, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, but wasn't that yeah. Wow, so many comments, folks. Great to have you guys getting involved. Inbound Jet 2757. A clutch of 737s going out. Oh! 757 pulling in behind this lot. Here we go. Here she comes. Here she comes. Yeah! Pull back on the control column there, flare the aircraft. See that wing flexing now. I think this guy's going to go straight out, isn't he? No messing about. Okay. Yeah, I know. 100. Set. Dead. This bad boy coming up the street. "34-year-old Jet 2757 on finals." Eve Hosgood saying, thank you. Here she comes now. 34 years old. Still flying and probably going to become a freighter, or even with another passenger operator, who knows. Look at this old girl, man. Isn't she gorgeous? Easy, son. See, when you land it short and it's riding over that hump, what hump? When it's riding over that hump, it's going to want to go nose. It's going to want to go nose up again, isn't it? If it rises over that, because it's still probably got a little bit of lift. Oh man, I'm going to have to go big on the 7.5 here, folks. Just because we've seen a lot of 737s today. So let's take our time and delve into this 757. It's looking like that might be RB211s by the sound of them as well. Sounds like a 747 taxiing up towards us. 4 of those on a jumbo jet. You remember them, folks. Still fresh in our minds from the BA fleet.
cube. Go on, girl. Didn't the picture walk then, Jim? It might be because the ground is shaking. It's feeding up through the sticks and into the camera. Possibly, yeah. Oh, that's very true. Yeah. Oh, skyrocket, look at that. Up you go, girl. It's like just holding there in the air, just beautiful. Okay. Oh. And your point is? Yeah. So, so when you were working at Swan car rental all those years ago, do you remember a young man who worked behind the jump and you used to walk in all the time and used to be on a Mondays? Hello there, Keith. Do you remember me? I was the young lad who used to. Here he is, 35 years later. Your good friend John. Anyway, Keith and everybody else. What a wonderful. I'm a bit dark in it. So first of all, a big thank you to our very good friend. Terry, who's the proprietor of this here establishment. Thank you, Terry. Thank you to everybody, all the staff here as well. I know there's a burger waiting for me down there, but folks, to be honest with you, in the van and straight oik it straight back to base is the plan. I like to get going just because I do. But a big thank you to everybody who's popped by to say hello to me today. Can't remember the name of the fellow who was up here earlier on, one of the photographers. My apologies. I'm sure he'll remind me.
And of course, a big thank you to everybody else who came by and said hello today. The folks, all of you guys, and Dave as well with his old man. I hope, Dave, you get back safe and well with your dad. It's been great seeing everybody today, folks. There's far too many of you to mention, as you know. But I cannot thank you enough, and I will continue. I'm going to get my hair done, by the way, folks. I actually played golf the other day with a fella who cuts hair. So next time you see me, it'll be, oh, who cut your hair? I told him I don't want any of that, you know, washing it stuff. Just squirt it with something and just cut it with your hand tied behind your back or something like that. I don't know. But listen, folks, thank you so much. Really appreciate your company. Really, really good action here from Manchester today. Really, we've been very lucky, haven't we? We have been very, very lucky in seeing all this 380, 777, Dreamliners, 757s, 767s, all the 737s that we've seen, the Maxes, Malta Air Max, if you missed that, that was on earlier this morning as well. As the 767 that went out first. It was just a bish bosh bash start this morning, and we've had a few lulls, but that's to be expected wherever you go. We even get it at Heathrow, as you know. So listen, I'm going to make my way back. Thank you once again. I really appreciate your company. Thank you for your support, by the way, folks. I cannot thank you enough for your support, your continued support, and we will be planning future shows. Good to hear that Schiphol's on the cards for a terrace visit. We'll have to do a couple of days out there in Schiphol in the near future, and of course everything else that we'll be doing. I know people like the EMA stuff as well. We've got some plans with EMA, and of course more stuff that we're going to be planning with Fract as well for their cargo operations. So that's about it. We'll get a couple more, and I'll say my goodbyes now. Look after yourselves, be good to the animals, enjoy the rest of your weekend wherever you are. Whatever you do, do it responsibly. Thank you very much, and thank you to Lee, and thank you, of course, to the wonderful Jilly as well. But most importantly, thank you to all of you guys, each one of you individually. Even if you haven't had time to come onto the chat, to get involved in the chat, it's great to see you here, and great to have your company as well. Just to know that you're there. So look after yourselves, folks, and we'll see you shortly. Oh, is that Keith? Did he say? Oh, we love you, Keith, man. Oh yeah, of course. I did thank Martin many, many times during the show, but we must say, on behalf of everybody at Big Jet TV, Martin Stagg, thank you so much. And that's actually reminded me now while I'm talking, I've got my hand on the leader so that I don't take it home with me. That's the first thing I got to do, is take the lead out and go and give it to Terry behind the jump. Ladies and gents, thank you so much. Look after yourselves. Be good to yourselves and the animals and everybody around you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next week. Take care. Bye-bye.